Hello, everybody. Hello. It's Wednesday, and I already don't want to do today. Y'all want it? Oh, I'm small. Hi. I don't want this song. This song is not helping me feel any better. Sure. Hi. I'm gonna fight somebody. Finally. Oh my god. Hi, Candy. Sorry I'm late. I was trying to finish the art test from yesterday for a possible job. But you want to know what happened? They gave me bad instructions. There was a mistranslation in the instructions. So I had to redo everything I did yesterday. Twice. I stayed up. And then I was on the final steps. And I just had to import it into Roblox. Oh. Oh, I'll fight somebody, bro. This is, and even their second set of instructions that were meant to be clarifying instructions were somehow more vague? I don't know. At this point, I don't even know. I'll be honest, I'm just kind of upsetty. The shielder, it was not fun. You know what? That's how I felt about what I had to deal with today. It felt like dealing with a shield user. Chat, I'm upset. Chat, I'm upsetty. Oh, I just wanna. I don't know what to do, cause I'm not a happy camper. But it's okay. Alright. We have so much video editing to do today. Oh, and I haven't even uploaded content yet, guys. I'm so upset right now. I am not a happy camper. But it's okay. We're gonna upload a video about milk, and it's gonna be great. Did you know? And we're gonna go and we're gonna do the milk episode. And it's gonna be great. And TikTok's gonna love it. And we're gonna blow up on TikTok because of a video about fish sperm. And then we'll never have to worry about jobs that make us very upsetty. And we'll be okay. And then we can just make food. We can just make art for everybody else. And I can make art for myself. I can make art for chat. It'll be a great time. You know why? Because it won't be what I just did. Yeah. Stop. Alright. Allah. Kasaku. Orero asta. That's you. Kita. Watashi wa asta. Why does it keep trying to get me to report things? Ikarata. Do you have a favorite fish? Mine is a catfish. Alright. I'm so mentally, like, dead now. Had to edit 5 videos today! Chat, I don't know how we're gonna get through doing 5 videos today. I'm gonna have a mental breakdown! Hi, Kiwi. How are you doing, Kiwi? Kiwi, are you having a good day? Are you having a good day, Kiwi? Boogity boogity. I'm okay. Ready to flush an old lady's dentures. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it in an incel's toilet. Do it, do it. I am not here to be a source of good deeds today. Today, I'm a source of, I'm about to kick someone's fucking ass. 'Cause I'm not happy. But at the same time, you know, it's like, it's kind of a thing where I feel like, you know, it's not necessarily their fault. Maybe they just didn't know. But, you know, it kind of it still makes me mad that I kind of feel like I've had my time wasted. Anywho. What do you mean no playlist available? What do you mean, This bean ain't not happy. He not happy. He not happy. Alright. My mommy heard about me like a pea at a mommy. My brain is so upset right now. I'm vibrating. Vibrating with the angie. I don't even know if I want to look at 3D programs today. I don't play Minecraft today. I would do like these two. Maybe do a little bit of art. I don't really know yet. Like a pea at a mommy. Save. Close. Oh, what's that? What's the rest of that TikTok? I want to do the second part of it. Or whatever line is. Funniest next. Skate park vibes. Skate park vibes. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? What is it? Slammed into your driveway. Hope everything inside me. Oh, did I not favorite it? Like dun dun. In my eardrum, dun dun. Where is it? I'm gonna look it up now. Hog equal cranked. Ooh, just kiss me. What the fuck? Fantastic Four Blue Milk? Yes. This is true. I saw this and sent it to my Fantastic Four enjoyer. I'm trying to find the video that I'm thinking about, and it's making me upset that I can't find it yet. Fuck the rest of them. Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em all but us. Wish I took a screenshot of it, but I didn't. Oh, there it is. Pant shit. Alright, cool. That's actually, that's a good way for how I feel right now. I can't do shitted. Why can't I do pant shitted? Shid? Why won't it let me do shitted? Pants pooped. What? What? Why can't I change my thing? Is it because I'm in here? No way, right? Did my channel get in trouble for something? Why can't why can't I put a thing? Why can't I update? Okay, maybe now I can. Pant equals shid. There you go. There you go. I feel better now. Alright. Ugh, gosh. Alright. So, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. VOD archive. I'm back. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is Monday. What? What? I'm that behind? Oh my goodness, chat. We're gonna go on tonight. There's not anything going on tonight. Gross. Why the fuck I say these things? Thank you for the cheek pat. Insert image in cell 21. I have all of these downloaded, I believe. So you know what I want. Let me do it. So 16. Just making sure. 16 to 18. Yes. Yep. The 21st. 22nd. And the 23rd, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. Cancel highlights. No, let me do it to you, Let me do you like you know, brain drown and EP, but the grind continues. Highlight. All videos. Hog equal cranked. Hog equal cranked. Pant equal shid. Okie dokie. I don't know why this is not letting me upload stuff. Between our legs, and I'm trying to test it's the wrong way. Hi V, welcome on in. Unfortunately, that's not how our song requests work. We do a little differently here because I like being different. What is this song? Is this a good song? Is this a good song? What's this song about? I don't know what the song is. I don't speak the other languages. Heresy vibes? Huh? I'm committing heresy today? Oh, no. Unfortunately, well, different. Download. Okay. Think I ever read my vibes? Yeah, your BBEG vibes. Big bad evil guy. World make me angry, but we keep on squishing. Actually, you know what? No. This is how I feel. Nope. Red. What? Where'd the twitch.tv account? Oh fuck. Okay, I don't care. I finished a short at 4 a.m. and went to bed at 5 a.m. before getting up for work at 6 a.m. Praise me. Good job, Kiwi. You did a very good job, Kiwi. You should be proud. Proud of yourself. What is happening? I don't know what's happening. I feel like I'm having a hallucination. Am I having a hallucination? Maybe. Will work now. I just want to download my video, bro. No. Oh my god. Download video. I guess I'll find out. Oh, I can. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love TikTok. TikTok makes me so happy. TikTok makes my life better. TikTok makes my life better. Yay! Because it wasn't uploading for some reason, I think. Make sure it gives you the right song. Nice. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. I just don't know why my stuff's not uploading. I can't put it in a playlist. Or give it tags. It's fine. As long as it uploads, that's all that really matters, I think. Because I can fix a playlist thing whenever. Next, public. Disable while we prepare your video. What do you mean you're preparing my video still? Oh, I like this song. Oh, sorry. Is our internet okay? What is happening? I don't know what's happening. Switch accounts. This one. And you had us down. Yeah, this one worked. I don't understand why the other one's not working. We use details. This one. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so sexy. Fact that you can reuse. Oh, that's so amazing. Down. this way is cool. I don't know why this video is not uploading. Worst case scenario, we'll have to skip that one. But I'm kind of hoping not. There we go. You know, it only took 3 tries, but that's alright. Happy, feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. The future. Let me go. A B C D E. Woo! My videos are uploaded. That was so hard to do for some reason. Hey. Me out of my cage. Ugly is nothing because I'm counting no age. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna not have this. Women art. Let's save her. But your boot. Confused. Mystical, maybe. You're too crazy. Mission of a life is. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ! Alright. Got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. I'm watching Bees, but I'm watching my wife. Hold on. My wife is also streaming. I want to listen to her stream. My wife. Wow. I was trying to upload a video and it was not uploading. YouTube was just not processing it at all, and I uploaded it like 3 times. And then it finally got there. So we take the small victories. My energy is so low right now. But it's okay. It's alright. Where's my wife? Where's my wife? Is my wife not live? He is a guy. Now we'll see with your eyes. Oh, is that me? Is that me? Is that me? Oh gosh. You plus 5 from all is lawless. There's no more thought we're dead. I'm feeling, remember that it's all in your head. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine. And my babies. Feeling glad I got some clips in studio or not yet. Yeah, I could watch them. Go watch them. I'm gonna mute them though, because just my brain is just not here right now. I know this map. I knew the first map too from yesterday. Ooh, 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 ooh. Good job, good job. I like this gun skin. This is a nice gun skin. Very nice. Oh man, this makes me want to play some COD. You know, we might start with COD today. Just play like 1 round of COD or something. That's what I'm feeling. Ooh, oh yeah, this is the shield user that you were talking about. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, get him in the back. Yeah. Oh my god. I would have lost this. I would have shitted my pants. I would have died in the first 2 seconds. Dude, I would have just been like, nope, I'm done. We can also watch Oso also posted one too. Oh my god, she's playing R6 too. That was funny. I like that. Oso's such a good editor. Such a good editor. We shouldn't play COD first thing in the morning. I shouldn't, but I want to. I shouldn't though. Maybe just one. Is there anything else I can take my anger out on other than doing that? Can I do like anything else? Was COD takes, yeah, my heart was beating so fast. That's why I think I'm just gonna play around COD. Everybody around Call of Duty. And then we'll get into it, I promise. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, I promise. I don't know, it feels like something's wrong with my computer today. Okay, maybe don't do that. Don't do that, maybe. My audio drivers okay. Update requires restart. Oh, never mind. It's 752 hours. It's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. My computer okay now? Can I listen to audio? No. Do you guys get that? Do you guys, Candy, do you hear that static in the audio? Do I sound staticky at all? Do I sound okay? I don't know what's happening. Well, that's COD for you. It is COD. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I'm just kind of sad. Yeah. Yes. Fuck. Fuck. What do I do? Hello? Did that fix my audio? Am I not deep fried anymore? Hello? Oh, what's happening? I'm one of two closers when our full staff is 13. That's crazy. No, still broken. Fuck. What about now? Is this better? I can listen to it. Blah, blah, blah. I think it sounds better. Wavelength might have been crashing out. I don't know, though. You guys have to tell me. I don't know. Better? Better? Okay. Alright. The audio does sound better, I think. Normal? Okay, thank God. I don't know what's happening. Ah. Can't have shit. I can't have shit in Detroit. I don't even live in Detroit. Wow. I'll continue watching. Always the strength that carry me. Alright, yesterday, I before I found out that I had to redo my entire art test, I was editing a video. So let me see how far I got on that. Corrected, oh, okay, I was almost done with it. I'll have to tune in to find out. Filling the guild with memorable moments and fun, and the adventures through the worlds of games like Peak and Elden Ring with their friends. All of the guild jobs can be tiring, so after a long day with big work and little pay, come sit by the fire and chat about life. Come sit and chat. about life, and any other chaos. Any other chaos. Thank you, Rainer. You guys being here makes me feel a lot better. Chaos that may come up. If you're craving even more of this fluffy sheep, you can also see what they're up to in their indie group VBs. Our brave and wonderful guild leader whose looks were handcrafted by a Capricorn and the treaty. And let me correct it, I wanna live a life from a new perspective. Cool. One is done, because I did it yesterday mostly. Yep, I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. And all I need to show. Come and go. I don't know if I'll do a club clips or a skit. No, I should do the facial rigging one, huh? I have to record stuff for that one. Let me see. Let me go look it up again. Oh, it should be in TikTok ideas. This one. Facial. You know what? I will do that video because BZ says I'm getting a new update on my model soon. So I will do that then. Is my plan. I will do the facial rigging test when that new one comes because I think there's some edits to in the new update. So we'll do that then. Is my plan. Yeah, I like that plan. Also, I think I'm getting a brain freeze. Yep, I'm getting out of here. Nope. I clicked it wrong. Teehee. I should accept all the Twitch requests. Get out of here, Foundry. This one, render. I think I'll do V highlight, roll for fun, did you know, vibe and shine. Say, oh, say. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. They don't love you like I love you now. I just realized my advanced GG is huge as fuck. Hello? Accessory. Wow. There you go. No, so I have to fix something in the chat. They don't love you like I love you. Go over here to fix it. If I had artistic, I feel like I'd be down to be a fun VTuber fairy godmother and drop new models on people. That'd be pretty sick. That'd be pretty sick. Got to say. The fuck? How is this like this? Oh, let's be game like this. Okay, a little bit over. Ooh. You know what? Oops. There you go. Okay. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening, chat. What have I done? So let's turn that off. Clock. Chat. Undo this. Clock. Do another one. That one there. Bring that down. Chat clock. Bring it over. Now they both have one. We bring this back in. We clock that guy. Show this guy. Oh, he's off center. Chat, would you love me if I was an off-centered clock? Be honest. What if I was just slightly crooked, you know? In a kind of a weird way. Do you still like me? Time we're gonna celebrate. There you go. No, we're gonna celebrate. Oh, there you go. All fixed. No more looking at that. Or else I think I might go insane. We're never gonna celebrate. Yeah. Part of an hurts most. Illustrations, printmaking, animation, and so free. Free. Boop, 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 boop. Refreshing as the sun, or so free. Utility. Celebrate. Be sure to celebrate. Why? Exclamation point. Boop, boop. Users come and feel it so free. Celebrate. Let's do ad track. It will be socials, blue sky. Where my pop wobble? bring in the audio because I also downloaded audio yesterday while I was thinking that I was gonna get the videos done yesterday, to be fair. Down here. Cool. There's a car that's blaring outside. It's great. Semi-spree. Save. And this one. What's a copy for this one? This one, 78 405. 78 405. Hi, Joker. How are you? Or 810. I think this was 810 this time. Thank you for the head pat. My little beans at the bottom. Hi, Vexed. Thank you for the check-in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Alejandro. Don't mind me, just done. Some clips. Open Oh, I gotta move this so you can see them. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. And then I want, like, I have so little actually. And then I'd zoom in on this just so we can get a bigger view of them. And save. And then now is when we start bringing in the VODs. I can do anything. Wow, if I sent you a gift. Is this a thing you were working on? Oh, it's so cute. I'm putting on my head. Hold on. I'll put on my head. Thank you, Mom. He's so cute. He's so cute. Put it on my head. Put it on my head. It's perfect. I love it. It's me. It's me. It's me. Thank you, Wav. It's so cute. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little marketable plushie. Glad you love it. I love you. Teehee. 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 Good luck with work. A chat later. Mwah. Mwah. Have good streams. Have good stream. Have good stream. We adore you. Oh, I was giving a boop. I have been given a boop. Thank you for the boop. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna kind of put this one here, I think. And then put this one here. Change speed to like 150. Do add track. I'll put this one here. I want to make them bigger. Give me this one. Actually, kind of want this clip. And I'll put this one at the very end because I think that'd be nice. Right here. Oh. What's that? Oh, it's like a little off. No, I think I like that. And then I'll take something from in here, which is this one. Nope, give it back. Give it back. Boop, boop, boop. Oops. Boop, boop. Okay, I kind of want to center more. And then I want to move these guys up because I think that would look better. Complete track. Thank you for the head pap and the boop. You like my marketable plushie? My wife made it. I kind of want to make this bigger. Yeah. It's very nice. I know, I agree. It's very lovely. It was very lovely. I like being a little guy. Put this one over here. Put this here. Close this. I think I need to turn my fan back on. I didn't have it on because it was like loud, but I think it'll be fine. I just need more airflow in my office. Get rid of boop. Get rid of boop. Boop. Alright, and then I just need to do subtitles, so I'm gonna restart the Vinky. That was Shutter encoder. Oops. Damn. Whoa! Look at Joker's new art. That's so cool. I like Joker art. Joker art, very cool. Dun, 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 dun. You got to listen on me. Snap captions. Text color generate. Yeah. And then text base generate, and that will be all good. I'll just count this one as basically done. Now let's quantify it. Away. With the highlight and then the stars, and then roll for fun is next. Bow, 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 bow. I just had a little idea in my brain. Might do that. I was gonna make a little roster of all the VTubers that we were able to make videos of so far on my website. That could be something fun to try out. Never did no harm, never did no harm. Where'd the code? Did no harm, never did no harm. It's dead. Just to thinking that's what. Oh, I just clicked that. I didn't. Silly me, I didn't click send code. Ishwood. And then if they click it, it'll open up. How do I do this? I forgot how I do this. It's been so long. I think this one has a good example of it. Oh god, it's gonna take forever to load. Oh gosh. Alright, where does this sit? Look at what you do. Think of it, the hep. Position. What? Right now I just stabbed someone in the head, but I did die though. Good job for stabbing someone. Good job. Happy for Queen Day. Thank you. Still playing R6. Understandable. I think this has to go down here, and then I think I have to duplicate it. Go down here. So that way, duplicate. No, I don't want to do this anymore. It's a lot of work. To update a website is a lot of work, especially if it's like twice a week. Especially those who want to be part. Where's the space? Hearts. illustrations. You know it. They're streaming. Hi, Fruit Bat. How are you? Wide range of talent and full-hearted nature. Try anything at least once. How can you not be inspired? It is a happy helping hand to new and experienced artists, making it such a lovely place for beings like us to sprout. Like a cheat code for touching grass. The streams are always refreshing. Hi, I'm good. How are you? I'm EP. I'm EP because I had a frustrating morning, but other than that, I'm good. Refreshing, and as the sun. Bring that pep. Pep. In your step, or at the very least, keep you company. Thank you for the head pad. If you want to be drawn full of inspiration and creativity, be sure to stop by the Beano on Twitch and cool. I don't know how I did that. I like closed every single window. I like minimized every single window I had on my computer. No, I don't know. This music is making me tired. No, what do you mean you give me another sleepy song? Sure, I can handle this. It's when you are gone. Alright, what's next? Roll for fun. Oh, my hippo fell. Clip operations, replace selected clip. Video editing, roll for fun. This one. This one. This one, and then this one, and then scoop this over. And then we can create the subtitled audio first. And then go from there. I have to hide. There was a blind man. There was a blind man. The badoop. And then this. Created. That lunch lady. I want that to be 1. Clean. This is this. Oop. This is it. Carry on my wayward song. That tism meets not the physical meats. Chopped Chalked up. Circle. Whoop. Share. That's. I think I might keep that. Power wash. Where is it? It would be the latest one. Power wash simulator. Phasmophobia. View and all right. Is currently out. These ones all get the, where is it? Bottom center, 0.7. That one. -1, -3. Save. Turn this off. Make this bigger. Webms don't work in here. Oh, they do work. It's just WebPs that don't work, I think. Then roll for fun is 38,413. 38,413. They also threw it down the stairs, just like I did. Hagen. Hog. Oh, man. Focused him. I got you. I got it. I got it.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl.
Shavakadu.
Now it is. Smile. Smile. You're like a haunted mansion. Haunted. Haunted videos. Wait, do we have? Yeah, we do. We should. Let me check. vocal stem. OGG. I was thinking of ranking them. Yeah, look at all those chickens. I was thinking of ranking them, and then like there's like a 50% chance you get normal ones, and then like a 25% chance you get like B tier ones, and so on and so forth or whatever. I thought that would be cool. Our calls are finally calming down. Yay! I'm glad. I'm eating a banana because my brain is bored. But I shouldn't, because I literally just ate breakfast. So, yum. I wasn't sure that. I think I can make that possible. I think I can make that possible. Like, I feel like it might be possible. I'm not 100. Like, I feel like it makes sense. Like, I think I figured out a way the other night, and I was just laying in bed and being like, I don't like these like pan outs. Like this one. Oh, like weighing them? Yeah, I think maybe we can do that. I'd have to look at the coding, but I think it's possible. I think. I'll make it resume. Like that meme. There it is. Boop, boop, boop. Yep. That's all I want. Current page, download. Alright, and then this one. Let's add track so that way I'm not messing with the other tracks. And then like I want to do like this one, and then like this, like I start like here. Wait, maybe not that fast. This is the second one, I think. So this one's right there. And here. Must have been something I said. Did I miss you playing Lunch Lady? No, I haven't played Lunch Lady. I played Paranormal Cleanup. I played that. I have not played Lunch Lady yet. They're by the same people, if that's what confused you. Must have been something you said. Oh, cringe horror games? Was that what? What? Back one. Over here. Over here. Oh my god, this like is so hard. Boop. Boop. Hi, SPF! I'm good, how are you? Had a bit of a spicy day, but I think we're doing alright. I'm gonna rotate and then go like this. And then we gotta add the resume. Added the resume. Added the resume. I get spooked by resume. Yeah. I want this a little bit louder. Ooh, come on. I'm doing okay, having fun in games with DVD writers? What? What? Some of which don't want to read discs for me? Damn. Damn. Put the disc up their butt. Put the disc up their butt. They should do whatever you want them to do. Gonna stand in the middle. Scary sounds. Sing it with me. Call me a living dead girl. Yeah. And then I kind of want to add a sound effect. Do like a scuttle. Where's the scuttle noise? Boop. quieter. This. Oops. Then this one, we'll start here and end where it is. We'll go to the beginning and it's going up. Mouse the screen. The girl. That was not loud enough. We did this one. Alright, and then we add track, and then I want to do a adjustment layer and then a color compressor. Then color, oops. Color, oops. My brain is tired. Compressor. Purple. Yo, Elaine, how you doing? I'm good. How are you? I got dark purple. Move track down. Move track. Oh, wrong one. Vibing, cursing the algorithm. That's valid. Sure. Sure. I'm too lazy to fix it otherwise, to be honest. I'm already there. My brain is so tired. What would wake me up? What does Elaine want to do? I don't know. I don't know. LA want cookie, I want cookie, give me cookie. Gimme. Gimme. I want cookie. Catch my breath and hold it for me. I just want to play a video game. After this video, I might take a break and play a video game. I think it will be my plan. Alright, dock yourself and I'll travel there. Bet. 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 You probably should save your money though. Because I feel like coming to visit me might take a lot of money. So I feel like you should save the money, but bet. 24. Enemy. No. Neither of these are right. This should be like here. Fine. Boop, boop, boop. My gam. Just a tad bit, but it's fine. Just let me camp outside your house. I'll be rude. You can camp in my house. You can sleep on the couch. The only thing I gotta do is clean it up. Created by the devs of Lunch Lady. Clean every corner, but also save. This is no ordinary cleanup job. Yay, the couch! Yay! I'll even have a nice blankie out for you. Cleaning up paranormal locations. Unclog territories and scrub ectoplasm, but don't caught by the entities that are hunting you. Personally, I have that tism where I love cleaning the tour. You're a real one, homie. I got you. We even have an ice machine, so you can have ice cold water if that's your thing. I know some people don't like ice water, but we do. And this is that chalked up in a nice, neat satanic circle. This game had me jumping for joy and every sound in my room. I can't wait to share a sudsy scream. Oh, my baby Milt. I'm gonna be honest, Kiwi, I may have fucked up. That art test made me post it late, and I'm sorry. It got 745 views, though. And it's got three comments. So it's good. It's good, you know? You know, we're doing, it's good. I'm sorry, that's my bad. My man. I posted it late. I'm sorry. I mean, right now is winter here, so ice water would kill my throat. Okay, I'll get you some tea. I'll get you some tea. Where am I? I don't know where I am. Okay, there I am. With 3 of my friends. If you're looking for something that is a bit of a mix between Power Wash Simulator and Phasmophobia, then I'd highly recommend picking up this game today. Paranormal Cleanup is currently out on Steam, so you and your friends can pick it up and get on your knees. Have you seen those 4D gummies? What does that mean? Damn, homie, you should just say, well, I'll die for you. I'll die for you too. I'm gonna play a video game. I think I really wanna play Call of Duty. But I don't want it to crash my fucking computer again. I can tell Roll for Fun's not gonna be a strong video because the art test really fucking killed me and my mood. But it'll be okay. Alright, let's hope this works. Whoa. What makes them 4-dimensional though? Is the extra dimension delicious? 3D and delicious. They do look good. I like the Lucky Fish one. Those are the cutest ones to me. I like the little Lucky Fish. I'd eat the Lucky Fish one. What flavor are they? They're peach and mango. Sounds good. I would eat the 4D Lucky Fish. You know what would be cooler, though? If they were edibles. I dig that. Orbital Rush. I'm not buying your packs. I'm saving my COD points. I'm saving my COD points. Multiplayer. Alright. Why is the screen of my Call of Duty so dark? Graphics. Aspect ratio, appreciator loading, display game. Oh, that's fine. Why is my Call of Duty so dark? Why? Why does Call of Duty make my screen dark? Okay, you found the fix. Go to campaign, go to display, below brightness, have focus mode. What? Say below brightness? Oh, what the fuck? Focus mode made it so I can't see my other monitors. There's a setting called focus mode. You need to turn it off. I have to go in campaign? What? No. I just didn't want my screen to be dark. Can I turn it off? It's at 0. COD 6 main screen is dim. Got the same thing. HDR10. Thank you, moments on some recent things. Also, blow the HDR10. Did that fix it? Cool. Cool. I think I fixed it. We'll see. COD sucks. I keep playing it. I have 752 hours in it, apparently. But it's free in the store. What is it? Can't believe they put American Dad in this. What's my free gift? I bet it's more XP tokens. I don't think I've used XP tokens when Blow Ops 6 came out. I do kind of want the glow in the dark one though. Let's do that'd be 10. Stakeout. Let's just do stakeout. Actually, what do I have to do for my gun? Oh, my gun to be gold. I think at this one I just needed to get double kills. I think. Get 10 double kills or better with the Kilo 141. Okay. Okie dokie. Then what weapon do I do next? What's next? The CRS-5 AMX. Unlocked in the armory. Unlocked in the armory. What the fuck? I haven't been in the armory in like 10 years. Were you still telling me there's stuff in the armory? Is it here? Armory? weapons. This one? Oh, I have to get fucking that much XP, bruh. Bruh. Voting in progress. Sure. Guys, I have to go to the bathroom. I'm going against someone named I Have Autism and Silly Girl 30. It's great. Guys, I have to go to the bathroom. I fucked up. Guys, will you play for me while I go to the bathroom? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Play for me, okay? Chat, are we winning? Did you win for us yet? How many times have I died? Oop, that's a long loadout. Okay. We've died twice, okay. Not the worst. They threw it back. No, they didn't. Oh, fuck. I hate that they added Beavis and Butthead to this game. It's fucking crazy, dude. I'm a teammate with that. We get an A? Oh, I didn't throw my Semtex the way I wanted it to. Damn. I wanna. Aww. Still got the Semtex kill. Fuck yeah. No, Joe Rogan! Oh god, I got knifed. Oh no, there's a guy behind me with a pickaxe! What do you mean there's a pickaxe in this game? I didn't know they added pickaxes. Minecraft? Oh my god, oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god. The guy running around with a knife is crazy, chat. Ow. I don't know where they're spawning from now. Apparently that bathroom. Oh fuck, I didn't see that guy over there on the balcony. Such a hard blind spot right there, but that's okay. Yeah, sure thing. The guy laying it down in the kitchen! No! Woo! That's not gonna reach. That's unfortunate. Can I get that from him? Oh my god, I killed him with it! Oh, I killed him with his own grenade. Oh, I'm leaving. Oh no, this is not my gun! Oh, this is not my gun. Oh no. Are we winning or losing? We're winning. Oh my god, he was hiding in the shadows! He was hiding in the shadows. God damn! Teammates popping off. Oh my god. What's happening? Oh, the guy was in the corner again. They keep lurking in the shadows and then I can't find him. Because I can see in the dark. Double kill. Oh no. Oh fuck. I won't one. I won't go that way. The other way calls to me. Guy with the knife! Guy with the knife! Oh! Oh! Oh. Oh damn, I feel like I got some good shots on him. Probably. Oh! Oh fuck, there's two of them. Ah! Oh, I don't know who to focus on. I should have backed up. I shouldn't have slid. Oh. Oh, I didn't throw my Semtex. Damn. Really hoping it would throw my Semtex. I'm on fire? I'm not on fire. Nope. No! No! I can't turn about quickly when I'm flashed! Woo! Nice. Ah! My booty hole. Aw. I should have just threw a grenade and my Semtex would have gotten him. Double kill? Double kill? Ah, yes, yes. We need all the double kills so we can. Oh, we did it! I think. Did we get gold? We did something. No, don't knife me! Fuck! Oh, he's so good at like slowing you and then coming after you. No! No, I ran right into him. No, Jed, please. This is my point. This is my point. And they're coming from this way. I lied! Oh! I lied, they were not coming. Oh my god, thank you. Reload. Nope, not that way now. Joe Rogan! Oh, killed someone with a Semtex. No, not the knife guy, no! Guess what? Subaru? Oh, that was a painful shot to the face. Subaru? I keep forgetting I have stims now. I like unlocked stims like on Sunday when I was playing with my friends. I've totally forgotten. Whoa! Okay.
Sub you woo 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 woo.
Sub woo 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 woo. Sub woo. Oh, that guy's got it. No! I didn't realize it was a big guy. Seth Rogen, why? Woo! Gotcha, buddy. Save. No, no, I wanted to kill knife guy. Okay, we're not doing bad. 48 to 39 is not bad. It's not the best. Oh! I didn't think they would be there. I don't want to be in there. It's spooky over there. Ooh. Oh no! Knife guy was there. What do you mean knife guy was? What do you mean there's like 10 people over there? There's actually like 3, I think, but... Knife guy's pissing me off. Hold on. Ow. Oh. Oh no! Knife man, come here! I will kill you. Woo! Oh no! He knifed me! Fuck! Oh fuck. I can't fight the rest of the team with the knife. They're too goob. Not slippery enough. Fuck. Ooh, one of them got him. Boop. What do you mean my teammates let me get knifed? That was crazy. What do you mean? Oh no, the table, it's broken. This guy went off. This guy went fucking off. He was shooting them ankles. He shot them ankles up, bro. What was I? Where did I place? I placed 4th. That's not bad. I really didn't capture any points. All these skins suck. All those skins are kinda dog. Why are there no more cool skins in Call of Duty chat? How many more? How many more things do I need to get this gold? I need 3 more double kills. Okay. It's like 1 more game of stakeout, I feel like. Did I not save that one? Alright, weapons. Oh, I did. Oh, it's just gonna take fucking forever. That's like 250,000. Okay. Kill confirmed or face off. I guess kill confirmed is fine. I like getting the little dog tags. Thank you for the wellness check. Yay, face off. Yay! Let's see. We are going against Your Nuts. Oh no, Your Nuts is on our team. Nice. Oh, my neck. My neck is like being weird. Alright. Stake out. Let's fuck it up, chat. My PC's warm. I mean, so delicious. Wait. Oh. Oh no, not shotgun. Oh, I hate going against shotguns. like two fucking animated ass skins and then a fucking super hyper realistic skin is fucking crazy. I don't want to go against a team with just shotguns, guys. No, it hurts. How will I get my double kills? Like that. That's one. I just want to get this gun to go. That's all I want. Come on in. Oh, they're fucking twins. They're fucking twins, that Beavis and Butthead fucking skin motherfucker. Oh, so close to that double. Oh, oh. Oh shit, I didn't aim low. Should have aimed lower. What do you mean? No! No! The other one came up around the corner. What do you mean? The bane of my existence are these animated Fortnite ass skins in my Call of Duty! When am I gonna get Hatsune Miku in my Call of Duty? I killed myself. Ow. Oh fuck. I fucked that up so hard. Oh, straight headshot. Straight headshot, chat. Oh, what do you mean he wasn't? Oh, that's a stinky spot. I need at least like one more double kill. Yikes. Ooh, I could have threw Sentex there. That would have been good. But I didn't. But I did not. I can't aim. I have a skill issue, chat. And oh, he's just laying down next to the piano. What do you mean? Damn, bitches be pressing on my piano, bro. It's not there anymore. Oh. There's always one Beavis and Butthead motherfucker in front of me, and then there's one behind me. What am I ever supposed to do? We're so intermingled, it's like fucking incest. I hate this. In the morning, and you come on, oh, I'm -2. Oh no, chat! I cannot aim. That timing makes me cry. Not again! Not again! The same motherfucker. Okay, I got one. Oh, I should reload. Oh my god! There were 4 people in that room. Damn, that sometimes can get anyone. Nope. Oh, shit. I'm so bad at, like, flipping around. Get them tags! Get them tags! Oh my god. So much fire! Where'd they go? Ah, how they were behind me. nice to see you. Damn. Aww. He got me in the head, but I got him in the shoulder blade, chat. You won't be able to load that gun anymore. Where did he go? Where did he go? We're losing, chat. We're losing. I want to take out my knife because this is hard. I won't expect this. Knife wielding maniac on the prowl. Ow. I hope we got all our double kills. Yoo-hoo. Aw. I didn't turn in time. Aw, damn. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, fuck. I went the wrong way. That long hallway was way too long for the thing that I want to do. Fuck. Woo! 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 Oh my god. Oh, fuck. They threw a semtex at me. Rude. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Ah, oh, I was stuck. I wasn't gonna get out of that one. Woo! Oh, no, no, no. I overturned. Oh, no. I thought I had him. Let's go in. Pop. No! Oh, it slowed right as they spawned in and then they saw me, damn. No! I got drilled in the neck! That's crazy! I never get to see the drill being used. I really like when people use the drill. I think it's fun. Is me farming? Oh. Oh, wait, we won! Oh shit, we won by 1 because of me! Top of the leaderboard, baby, let's go! Yeah, I probably died here like 5 times, but I don't care because our team won. I brought it back in the end. I think. Look, see, yeah, look, I'm dead in the thing, and that's my dead body. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. That guy missed. He missed the third. Oh wait. Can I emote? Let me emote. Ta-da! I did it. I did it. Alright, hopefully my gun is gold so I can be happy. Weapons. Loadouts. Kilo. Gunsmith. Customize. This one. No, I'm 1 double kill off. Oh, this game cucks me. Alright, I want to play a different game mode. I want to play a different game mode. Let's go to Nuketown. No, I don't want to go to Nuketown. Let's just do Kill Confirmed or Overdrive or TDM. I don't want to play these ones. This one. Okay. Wee-hoo. It's a spray. What the fuck? It's an animated camo. I got someone who used to play R6 back in 2017 and now they're playing the game with me and streamed it a few times too. That's cool! That's cool! I hope you're having fun! Fuck yeah! That's awesome! Woo! I hope you're having a fun time. Because that's awesome in my opinion. I'm not asking for much. I wish I had the monolithic suppressor, but I don't know how to... Oh, it's an armory. I don't want to deal with what is it though? Not that. Are there camos in here? Yep. I have almost all my assault rifles gold. I'm working on the kilo. I don't have these two though. I've worked on no other guns. Oops. Is it an attachment? Yeah, the monolithic suppressor. Oh, but if I have the monolithic suppressor, I can't do the new assault rifle. They're also a webtoons comic artist and author. That's so fucking sick! That's really cool, actually. That's awesome. That's really cool. Skyline. I actually like this map a lot. It's actually a good map for the kilo, in my opinion. In my personal opinion, I feel like this one is good for assault rifles because you have a lot of good medium range areas in this map. And you're just running around trying to murder people. If you're playing search on it, long range is better. Mid to long range, but... Ooh! Oh shit, he was in the corner. They did Ingrid the Plague Doctor. That's cool! That's actually really cool. I got distracted. I wanted to shoot the thing on the ground. They won't let me have it. Oh! Ah, I got it. Gold. Gold, baby, gold. Oh no, get out of my way. No, Ricky Sanchez. Ow. I don't like that they're peeking around corners like that. It's fucking, god damn it. Face me, and face me full on. Okay, well. You have the song request. Ow! Ricky Sanchez. When I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky Sanchez. Fuck, I'm scared. I don't know where he went. Oh no, he just walked past me. That's crazy. No, I was reloading. Fuck. Oh, he was up. Damn. Ooh. Ooh. Damn, I threw that too far. Oh. I really need to use my stim more. Keep forgetting that I have it. Fuck. Ugh. Holy Oh baby! Oh baby! A quad feed? Was that a quad? Yes, it was! Let's go! That's what they get for hiding in a corner. It's a song. It's a song that SBF played. I feel like I'm a killer. I feel like I'm a stone. No, no. My reign had to end eventually, I guess. Okay, wait. RC car, go. Oh, that was a teammate. Fuck. SBF really, you know how to make me feel like a main character. Ow. Things hurt, things hurt, things hurt. Oof. That's bad on my part. Where are you? Oh, Ricky went behind! The poor teammate's heart probably stopped seeing that car. Huh? What car? Oh, they closed it on me. Also, hi, Compact Coven. How are you doing? No, there's two of them. Please. My Semtex hit them. Hope I get to play the game. Ah, oh, man. My vision was blurred. I could not tell who was what, chat. Oh, I have to reload. I had to reload. I don't know why I fought from that far. That was kind of dumb. That was kind of... Oh. There was a man's... Stop ratting up here, bro. It gets you nowhere. Once I come for your booty hole, then it's over. The guy below. Ooh. Oh, yeah, their heart probably did stop. Actually, now that I think about it, Compact, I know what you're talking about. Yep, that's true. Alright, let's see if I can get someone. I think there's someone up here. Come in. No, that was a teammate too. I can't tell. It's so hard to tell. I wish in the blocks beta they had a thing where it would outline people if you got, I think, if you got close enough to them. And I like that a lot more than just having it above their heads. Yeah, it's true. I think I gotta change the color that they are. Oh, fuck, okay, hold on. The red is like blending in too much. Interface, readability, gameplay HUD. Where is it? Where is it? I don't know where it is. I'll mess with it later. Ow, ow, oh, he was on the other side. It's okay, let's go again. He wasn't here this time. Damn it. Ooh, grenade. Okay. Oh, we won. Top of the leaderboard again! Let's go. 30-14. Okay, 30-14 is a lot more impressive than what my 26 and 24. I got it! I got the play of the game! Let's go! 1, 2. Look, I turned around and I turned around again. I'm pretty good at this game, chat. Woo! I did it. Now we get to go in the box. Go in the box. Yippee! Yay! We did it! And now I can back out of matchmaking because now I'm happy. My mood has improved. My mood has improved, and now I have a gold gun. Look at that bad boy. I don't really like any of the other skins. Like the diamond looks kind of okay. Not really. I don't really like it. It looks like a bubble wrap. Really tiny bubble wrap. And then this is kind of cool. And this one's cool. I won't lie, but this is a lot. To get dark matter is a lot of work, and I am not that good at. I'm not gonna put that much time into this game because you know my skill is average, so that I'd have to put more time than my friends who are good at the game. I'm not really to do that. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break, an actual bathroom break, and then I will be back, and we will go back to editing videos. Yes, because we have the Did You Know video next. And then we'll do Vibe and Shine, and then we'll probably play some Minecraft. So I'll be right back. Or art. Maybe art? I don't know. I'll be right back, though. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, cool. Some video editing. Yeah. I'm gonna do some video editing. Alrighty. Let's see. What do we have left? Oh, we have Did You Know, which I don't think I got anything for. So let's get some stuff for that. Vampire Finch. Vampires and Boobies by National Geographic. BBC Earth. The moon's in my shadow. I think I like this one more. This one. Select folder. And we download the web. Oh shit. And we download the video. And then we get is BBC Earth. And then let me just get that in there, the credits in there, so just in case. Okay, this one will go up here. Oh yeah. And you are alone. Cooperation on my way back. And then I need French PNG. Mail. Do we have an image of this? I don't think so. I don't care. Male vampire finch. What? Ooh, this one. And then I'll edit the other one so that way it looks like a... Oh, I put this all in the wrong thing. Don't care. Love it, I don't care. And I'm gonna do a 1K. Image. And then the WebP, delete. And then this one. I'm gonna go grab BLT's emo hair because we already have that one. BLT props. Hats, emo hair. video editing. And then we're going to put this emo little guy in here. And then, oh, we could just color compress it now, actually. This is gonna go here. Nope. This one, this one. Even a song request. I need it to like end here. Let's see. A young boy. I don't want to use that one. So it'll be like, yeah, okay. And then boop. Okay, this one's gonna be like a little different in how I do this video, but I think it'll be fine. Oh, that was good timing. That was really good timing, actually. 39,320. Thanks to Kiwi's awesome script, bro. Oh, that's like a crispy video. Lava, chicken. Ooh, lava chicken, it is tasty as hell. Ooh, mamacita, now you're ringing the bell. Please let me Ooh, I need to add the server actually, because we're gonna watch the Night at the Museum. Museum. I don't know how the fuck to spell museum. At movie membership. Movie night is back. Saturday. This Saturday. This actually let's do, gotta do the pot. This is like, I think this is the one I have. Or I had. I gotta do search by. At 2 p.m. This Saturday, July 26th. Museum. Alright, cool. Sorry, oh yeah, okay, so here. Here. Just. Do they have a video of the boobies in here? Let's put this back at 0. Let's see. Let's see. I think here. It's a big graphic. I realize that may be a big graphic. Okay, I do want more vampire fish content though. There you go. So it's like, oh, this was not right. a problem. This one? Not the babies. I just wanted more Vampire Finch like footage. I think we could use. There's a thing where like they're just flying. This time. Hi, Shadow. How are you? How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm just doing a little speed run of editing my videos, but we're doing good. Okay, this one, I gotta scoot this image over. By the way, I don't care if it's fucky wucky or not, but it says your stream. Oh, it is. It is fucky wucky. Hold on. Cause my whole computer's kind of being fucky wucky, actually, to be honest. Oh. Thank you for letting me know. I was playing it earlier to, and I found vtuber. Honestly, I really like this. this. That's valid. There's a lot of new games coming out. A lot of better games coming out. Okay, I'm gonna edit this. Ooh, I want to live. I want to listen to the song that she had, the new song that she has. Lover Girl. This is the opposite of the song. Cause the sun's engaged to the sky, my best. Thank you for the alert, Zach! Okay, I gotta look up a picture of the Nazca bird. Yeah, that's what I thought this was. The Nazca booby. They're so silly looking. Over and over, but I'll find someone to because the sun's engaged in the sky. It does not want me to use that. Okay. On the new guy, I'm only getting older. I've never had a shoulder to cry on. Someone to call mine. Alright. We don't need this part. And then this is where we start. Oops. I need the Galapagos. A Galapagos. I really need to do the intro when I do these, so that way I can get like myself amped up at the same time. And starting strong with Lebe too. Let me read. Open it. Just being a bit finicky. Girl, that teaser, thought I'd never be here. Quite the job you done to me, sir. There's a red-footed booby? Oh. Oh my god, there is a red-footed booby. Oh my god. I like their babies. Their babies are so weird. Independent lady in me and want to be found. Just look. hell up. And then over here. I gotta go back. Back to the blue-footed booby. I like this one. He's just a wait, no, this one's cute too. But I'm like a feather. Special. Oh, we're fucking special. A creep. I'm a weirdo. Meow. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. What's up? What'd the other picture I had go? Where did it go? Did it say my other folder? No. Where'd it go? Where did the bird go? Oh no, there it is. I'm just blind. Okay, cool. Oops, wrong. Track. And then vampire finch. Diagram. This one. Special. Yay, JPEG, yay! And then I'm gonna have a bird. Where's that bird, PNG? It was on top. Okay, and then this guy is big, but he's still small. And he rotate this way, and then him here. Running on and on. And then we go here. Back one. Emo burb. Hi, Sachiko! Yeah, I'm making an emo meme. Cause this bird is a vampire finch and he look emo. Yo, man, how you doing? You having a good day? I hope you are. I adore that you keep stopping by. It makes me feel so special. Thank you for the headband. There's a cross dissolve. And then into another one. Just vibing and chilling? I'm glad. I'm glad. You deserve to just vibe and hang out. Meow. Meow. Cat is meowing at me. For what reasons I do not know. I'm gonna give it a song request. Actually, you know what? That one there. This here. Oh my god, SPF Freely, thank you so much for subbing with Prime. That means a fuck ton, brother. Fuck yeah, thank you. You're the reason why I don't have to go to a hell job. Mwah. Meow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, SPF. Wait, that means you get added to the thing. That means you get added to the thing. I have to, hold on. I think we have a few new subs, actually. Let me see. I can't, hold on. Gotta add you to a list. Add you to a list. Hold on, where's my list? I think I also might have been wrong. But that's fine. Let me add you to a list. In my background, as you may not be able to tell because it's covered, I have a little area. Actually, I can show it to you this way. That's not what I wanted. Open recent. Milkclub visited. I have a little sub charm. It's this guy. Everybody that subs, even if you sub for like 1 month, I make you a thing. I make you one of those little charms and your name goes on it. So let me just make sure I put your name. Let me just make sure I put your name down on the list. There you go. Every time I've gotten all these done. Boop. I believe Amazon Prime's count is tier 1, I believe. We used to do quotes, but not everyone could think of a quote. You just made the list. Alright. And the delete column. I just want to be sure, because we've gotten a lot of notifications recently, so I just want to be sure that I'm not forgetting anybody. I don't think so. It doesn't look like it in the notifications, at least, so. I think I'm just thinking the resubs. I'm gonna make him bigger. This one, and then he's bigger. Bigger. I actually kind of want him to peek. So, like... Never mind, that doesn't look as good. I'm gonna make my eye more... Okay. And then we do this. And then we want to do a bunch of, the empty tracks. My plan is to add in a bunch of, like, emotes, I think is my plan for this one instead. Because this one is a bit more, what would one call it? More informational. I feel like actually informational. I want to play Myrtle while we wait for my stuff. Or the captions. Alright. The occult has never been Detective Logico's area of expertise. I don't have to read these. What am I doing? I'm pogging at this. Well, unless you guys want me to read it. Actually, I'll read them. So our suspects.
Joker, baby.
I'm the Joker, baby. Secretary Celadon, Agent Fuchsia, and Baron Maroon. The weapons are a ghost projector, a monster costume, and an old heavy tome. And the locations are a secret chamber, the dungeon, and a lonely tower. We have statements and clues. And I don't think we get... Yeah, they're usually like, the body was found at bleh. But they didn't do that this time. Okay. A Virgo was in the dungeon. What a Virgo. Okay, so Virgo, Leo, Virgo, Scorpio. Fuchsia. You gotta remove the 2-for-1 deal if that works now. It doesn't. It doesn't. I guess I missed the first one. And then, so if I do the first one, it'll do it on its own every time after. But it won't do the first one. So. Unfortunately, there's still some manualness. It was not permitted to carry a ghost projector in the secret chambers. What are the secret chambers? Ghost projectors, not in the secret chambers. Okie dokie. The one, then, with one magnificent eyebrow raise, he took the statements of 3 suspects, knowing that the innocent would always tell the truth, while the guilty would always lie. Okay. What does that duck mean? In my brain it goes blah, 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 blah. I did not bring a monster costume. Monster costume? So you're saying you didn't bring a monster costume. Officially, Baron Maroon was in the Lonely Tower. Okay, maybe. A monster costume was at the Lonely Tower. It's got you. I did not bring the monster costume. And didn't have a no damn it disclaim. That's valid. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. My brain is like off. I did not bring a monster costume. You did not bring a monster costume. That means someone else brought a monster costume. Virgo, this one. Is this like 2 truths, 1 lie? I did not bring a monster costume, which means you could have? or you could have. Especially Baron Maroon was in the Lonely Tower. That's what you said. Monster costume was in the Lonely Tower. Which means this one? Costume was in the Lonely Tower. Wrong one. Oh, this one. Yep, okay. As that's the case, we did not bring the monster costume. That means this should be like this. If Baron Maroon is correct, that means that's that. That means whoever was in here could not have had... Wait, did I do this wrong? No. Okay, whoever was in here could not have had this, so they must have had this. And then between these two, I did not bring a monster costume. Oh. Oh, we're saying the maroon was... Okay, wait. I did not bring a monster costume. Actually, Baron Maroon was in the Lonely Tower. And a costume was in the Lonely Tower. That means Agent Fuchsia, or that could have been... Okay. But if they found a monster costume in the tower, that means they could have had it. And this would have been here, which makes sense. And then they go here, and then this, and then this. So Baron Maroon was in the Lonely Tower. This one's too hard. My brain is too dead. We're gonna do New York Times instead. Is all my friends still streaming? Ooh, Bees is making cool art. She making a criminal. And wife is playing Fortnite. Okay. And the night, I send the new to shopping at night. Play with mystery meat. Cocoa puffs. Bike without pedaling, say, spending binge. Binge watch. Oh, is it a haul? Hope for answer when on yes. Secretly includes as on an email. See, I don't remember. Is it I? I don't remember what the secret one is. In a silly, goofy, in a silly mood. I don't know, empathetic mood? Empathetic words. Oh. Spot for a septum piercing. Nose. Hi, Arch! How's the Minecraft server? Blind. Species. Loopy. I care. What's this one? Coast? Oh, that makes sense. You're coasting. That makes sense. Detective. Detect. Cute. Dice. I have defeated the Wither and the Wilden Chimera. The dragon is next. If I can find all my eyes. All the eyes. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. If you could make an extra dragon egg and we could put it in the Hall of Fame. Where we put big trophies. I make that trophy room. I want to do that today. Vice. Deduce. Deduct. Sight. Funnily enough, I already have an egg from a quest reward. That's crazy! That's crazy luck. Hey, was that out of luck? What? Cute. What else? Detective was a really good one. Side. Sight. Deuce. Yeah, it was one of those big end of a mod quest with a random. Oh, damn! Arch, get a bingo card. Bingo card? Scratch card. Scratch ticket? Words. Vic. Vice. Oh. Duct. Tucked. CC? Sci-Sci? Dick? No. I don't think. Cutted? Detected. Yay! I'm gonna do Wordle, and I'm gonna do strands and connections as a reward. Well, for finishing this video. Audio. I think we've hit the server limit at 7 players. Pretty sure it just died. Let me go look. Hold on, I have to blur the screen because it has my IP. Has my IP! My bad. It shouldn't. It says it's running. Hold on, let me see. Let me ask my roommate. Does the Minecraft server have a player limit? I don't think it should. Let's see, Pebble host. It's been pretty laggy. I know it's more. Okay. Let me see if we can fix that. Death verified. Host. Tried. 7 players just tried. A 7th. Hi, Ghosty. Just a 7th. Just tried to get on and it also, it seems laggy. Oh, look. Hello! How are you? It says it's running. So... yeah, I would just maybe refresh, give it a second, and then check it. Yeah, the server is restarting. Okay, the server is restarting. Let's see something. 6 a.m. Yeah, I'll have Sim look at it. Sim is our co-server owner. So players. Ghosty told me to come in and yell. Honestly, I'm happy to wait, but they are real mad. Understandable. Understandable. It should be up and running soon. I'm asking Sim about the amount of players though. So I don't think it was me. I don't think it was you either. To be fair, this is like the most players we've had on the server, and I'm about to be an 8th. So I don't know. I can't really read any of the analytics on our server. So I'll at you guys when it's ready, but I'll do the at dedicated wham when it's up again, but I don't know if I can see where you can edit how many players. Oh, my eyeball. Oh, my eye. Fuck. It's loading now. Okay, I would still... no, it's fine. You can join it if you want. But if the server restarts, I'm sorry. So if it does randomly turn off, it's because I'm having Sim test some things with it. So if it does break, I apologize. But please bear with me. We back in, Poggin. Yeah, I would just be warned. Don't do any super important stuff as the server might restart again. Because it, there might be some maintenance that we have to do on it really quick. I was in the middle of a field, Ghosty pretending to be chill, gritted teeth. That, I mean, valid. If you're deep in the Minecraft, I'm not mad. I get it, dog. If I was in the middle of making a build or just playing Minecraft and I was in it to win it in the vibes, I'd be mad too. Look cute. But it may just surprise you. Meet the vampire finch. When seeds or insects are running low, this bird's ordering blood takeout. There's ordering blood takeout from its bigger birds like the Nazca and the blue-footed booby. And the boobies, just look at the males. It's like they're the evolutionary template for. It's not just a phase, mom. One thing I noticed with the mod pick is, as a whole, a few automations like smooth chunk save or adaptive performance tweaks. Bet, bro. Admittedly, I was totally in the zone. That makes sense. Yeah, Arch, if you have, like, I believe Devouring said you hosted a Minecraft server, so, like, if you have any, like, other tips and stuff, like, yeah, crash to reset. I need that crash to reset my main. Fair. You guys are so cute, because, like, chat was pretty quiet, I was working on stuff, and then Minecraft server crashes, and they're like, it's like you guys are like, Mom, the server broke. Alright, let me look stuff up. Smooth chunks. Smooth performance enables live free continuous chunk. Is that the one? Yeah, please do. Is smooth performance or server performance smooth chunks, is that the one you're talking about? And then adaptive performance tweaks.
The Minecraft is gone.
The Minecraft is gone. Mom, my Xbox isn't working. Okay, cool. Let me do that one. But yeah, feel free to send them, and then we can do like smooth chunk save. Oh, yeah. Just send me the list, and then I'll do an optimization pass for the server. Because I can focus on that while I finish this, and then since they don't seem to mind, scientists believe that thanks to the symbiotic relationship of the finches taking care of the island boobies' insect problems, they eventually will develop the largest and sharpest beaks out of all of their cousins. Okay, cool. And then track. Recent. Oh, wrong one. Guys, I have to go to the bathroom again. Guys, I've drinking too much water today and I have to go to the bathroom again. Save, and then... This one I'm gonna test something. I always say, I'm gonna be honest, I always say I'm gonna test something to see if the internet likes it better, and then I never check if it does better. Go piss, squirrel. I will in a minute. It's not that bad. I just, I really want to get this done really quick, and then I'll go. Cute, and then shock. Apply. Wave. Apply. And then the note-taking one. Blood. And then I'm in, yay! But yeah, yeah, just general heads up. I hope you guys are listening. You probably tuned me out by the time you got in the server. But the server may restart at some point, so just be aware. Apply. Can't hear you playing Minecraft. Sounds good. I have a think one, don't I? Develop. Nope. Okay, save. Okie dokie. Once, and I check it twice. Oh, ooh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do. Alright, now I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick because I hydrated a little bit too much. I guess not too much. You all better be hydrated. But okay, I'm gonna be right back so we can do that, and then we'll... Oh wait, let me do... Wait, no, I'll do this when I get back, and then we'll edit our final video, and then we'll update the Minecraft server with the stuff from Arch if they've sent it to us. Otherwise, we'll just play Minecraft afterwards. I'll be right back. I love you guys. I'm back. I'm back. How's Minecraft? Thank you, Arch, for sending me the list. Also, apparently a man with plushies is lagging our server. I don't know why. Okay, my iron farm is finally optimized. Nice. Now each pussy has its own achievements. What's lagging it? I don't know. So apparently a lot of the lag is coming from a man with plushies, which is really unfortunate because I really like that mod. I don't want to remove a man with plushies. I love that mod. I love that mod. I don't want to remove it. What is lagging it? Sim will tell us in 2 seconds once he gets back to me, because he is currently looking at it and he's currently, I don't think, in chat. So I will tell you as soon as I know. I also realize I'm still in the BRB stream. My bad. My bad. My bad. Yes, I will tell you the minute I know. Because I don't understand why that mod would lag stuff personally. Like, there's like, I could understand the create mod. I could understand furniture mods or food mods because they add a lot of, like, stuff. So, like, I can get that, but tell them it runs fine when you yahoos aren't on. What? I'm about to have a war. Play selected killer. Do it, lady. I gotta send this to Rhino. Rhino. Poor optimization of mods. Shush. Shush. Iron Farm has an off switch. I don't think it's anything that you guys are doing. It's yeah, I think it's like I needed to add more optimization mods that I didn't before because I didn't know. And thank you, Kendi. And something with a man with plushies. So I don't know what that mod is doing. We'll find out soon. Yahoos, you live in a hole in the ground with subpar machines. Wow. Calm down, babies. Calm down, guys. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. The server will live another day. Short mini skirt. Silly cat goobers, yep. Workspace. Nope, timeline. If you're Honda proof. AI tools create subtitles from audio. Single, and then we'll watch Kendi's clip. Let me see. Oh, I don't know this map. I don't... is this the bank map? Got him in the booty hole. You got him in the booty hole. You got what I need. Who says it's the club? It's Clubhouse. I think I know which one that one is. Is that the one with like the garage? The garage area, and it has like a half circle, like oval office kind of thing going on. You got what are you gonna get a double kill? Oh, that was a good C. Just a friend. Oh, your friend died. Gostag died. Will Slater 1410 survive? Yep, with the church. Oh, okay, cool. Ooh, you got hurt. You got hurt. I'm gonna peek back out. Peek back out. Peek back out. Peek back out. Oh, damn sweet. I'm gonna make a subpar cannon and blow your base up. Yeah! Also, what was that song that was playing earlier? Wait, hold on. Oh, it was just this song? Okay, well, I'm playing it again, because when I was in the bathroom, I was listening to it. I don't want to listen to it again. Oh, did you get him? Hold on, sorry, I missed it. You pinged him. I saw that you pinged him. Did you get him after you pinged him? Oh, shit! You can see him through that. That's crazy. There's so many, like, tiny angles in Siege that I always miss. Dang, I got Chris's uncle. Which no one will get that meme, except for Body. But that's okay. Move it. I have to... Oh. It's the end days. No! Stop that! Bad. Bad. I don't have a slap noise. Hold on. Do I have one? I don't. Hold on. Fucking, I don't have a smack noise, so here. There you go. That's all I got. That's it? I'm making landmines. Oh, good. Can you? Is that a thing we have in our server? Like the moto part, dude, in this? It's good. Move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. Okay. Somebody like to move it. Like to shake it. Shake it. Oh, oh, oh. I like to move it. Okay, we got maybe the response. Those are all good. The only one would be the mono fix and no sick. Issue with the main response is great. Oh, has its own system now. Like, change log. Oh, yes! I love this song too. Fuck yeah, Kiwi. Kiwi knows what vibe I'm going for right now. I could roll it. I wanna watch Zoolander. I'm on Siege level 270. That's crazy! That's crazy. But... So why don't I take a trip to the farm? It's just so cute. Okay, the problem with A Man with Plushies, for any of you that were curious, is that it has an achievement system in it now that, was added that's lagging the server, so, most smaller France, you know, need advancements, advancements obtained by Plushie already rare. Does this one add anything? Okay, I'm gonna take a Minecraft break. Sounds good. Okay, we're gonna roll it back to... Okay, should be good now. I reverted it to achievement at all. All 11 was 7, 8 plus. Okay. And then I'm just gonna do this, link clips. Link clips. Alright, I will update the Minecraft server in a minute. Once I get this done. Also, while you're troubleshooting smart shoots, config menu are broken. Not much of an issue, I think, but I don't know how my smart shoots? What does that come from? What mod is that? Is it like a UI bug, or is it like something else? Read me a story. You got it. You got it. Can I do it after I finish this video? Because it's almost done. Would that be okay? Create? Okay. I will look at it. Hold on, I'll make a little list. Update server with optimizations. Can't configure how many blocks it drops. Alright, shoot. Create UI. You did? Oh. You need like a tool? Kickstarter. Okay, I'm just gonna save that for now and then do this. And then enshrined, Strobs, Power Midget, Dopey Bubbles. What? It could also be like maybe there's an override in keybinds. That's another big one. Oh, I also have to do, hold on, I also have to write down one more thing. Enshrined short story comments. I have to do that as well before I do Minecraft stuff. But I will do that after I do read Kiwi short story. Alright, so Strobs. And then 72, 1. Does Strobs have another video like this about the doggo? So that would be good. Situation. Actually, it would be in my favorites. Oh, sounds good. Cool. Blah blah blah. It's in a very nice bar. Oh shit, where'd it go? Alright, we listen. I love this song. Was gonna be expected to tolerate. Just can't call. And then the piggies. Yes, the piggies are long enough. Alright. I'm just gonna wait for this. Thinking of you, I watch the moon. Tell them nice to know you, I'll be moving on. then base generate. And play some Mortal. No. Oh. Okay. No. No. I don't know what that one would be. Okay. Settings -104. This one should get zoomed so I can focus on the piggies. The piggies. Gonna have one. Saving money and saving energy. This thrift store pupper is here to give you good omens towards finding those interesting thrifts. Her name is Teddy. She's a very good doggo who deserves all the nice cool naps on the store floor and pets from friendly customers. Honestly, I would just go to pet this lovely pupper. Speaking of lovely, we have this adorable TikTok user that is just so excited to show off her new bedside lamp. Like, honestly, I was blown away when I saw the warm bulb, and it's such a naturalist vibe. Like, how do you even go around finding decor like that? But it's so nice outside, so why don't we take a trip? So why don't we take a trip to the farm where we can see these little piggies. Piggies dancing with their snoots together. It's just so cute. And apparently they actually are showing each other affection. They're actually actually are showing affection to one another as well. That's why piggies do this. And I think it's so cute. Alright, cool. Vibe and Shine is done now. Woo! 5 videos one day! 4 hours. Little less, because we played Call of Duty and kind of procrastinated. Honestly, so pretty not bad, chat. Eyeball edges. Okay. Wait. What are we doing tomorrow then? We do club clips tomorrow, actually. So I'm not lazy. We'll do club clips tomorrow. So at least we have because technically I should have 7 videos. One video over every day, but I was gonna be lazy, but I won't. Tomorrow I'll do club clips. Okay. Alright. We are going to read Kiwi's short story, which I believe is in the fridge. I lied. It might be in the lounge. Kiwi, where did you put it? Kiwi, where is it? What do you say? Kiwi, where is it? Is it in the quote? No. Is it in the board? Yeah, it is. Okay. I found it. Never mind. Okay. Series stories from Idaho. Is there multiple? Do I just pick one? Do I get to pick one? Hold on. We gotta do the thingy. There we go. Alrighty. I don't know if Kiwi has one that they want me to read. Also, I want to play some ambient music. It's just one for now, so this is one. Okay, cool. Do you have music that you prefer? Is there music that you prefer with this story? Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Okay. Leave me alone. Scroll up. Scroll up. Alright. Now, music. I was messing around with how I wanted to format a collection. Ah! Got it. I love this! A narrative retelling of oral tradition organized by K. Goblin. I like that. Oh, that's nice. Something Chinese fantasy would go well. Okay, let's hope Spotify isn't racist. Okay. Cool. Across vast plains, broiling deserts, or forgotten jungles, the wilderness has always been harsh towards mortals. Despite this common sense, resilience and resourceful groups manage to carve out isolated paradises in unforgiving landscapes. The common folk referred to these groups collectively as wilder people, a name cruelly given by a minor warlord long forgotten by history. In an ironic twist, the myriad nomadic people redefined the terms to represent freedom and a connection to nature. However, there is a title reserved only for specific individuals deserving of the most respect amongst each tribe. Yeah, if you want to do that instead, yeah, I'd be happy to play that instead. Where wilder people, or wilder person, embodies the people as part of nature, the moniker wilder kin, or wilder son, belongs to those who exhibit traits of the mystical beast we call the Shao, the true children of the wild. For those few who achieve the unimaginable, their bonds with the wilderness is said to deepen until they ascend beyond acting with the will of the world, instead becoming its protector. Figures like Sundarada, of the desert, whose broad back shielded hundreds of survivors as she single-handedly faced a ravenous calamity. Thank you, Kiwi. I can't die. I just want to open it. Oh, can I just do... Okay. Here we go. Okay. Sundarta. Oh! Sundarta of those... Okay. Figures like Sundarta of the Red Desert, whose broad back shielded hundreds of survivors as she single-handedly faced a ravenous calamity. Origin, daughter of the Midnight Sun. There are few things more important to the children of the Red Desert than the earliest lesson they learn. Respect the wilderness in all of its forms and each of its children. Observe the wild elders and revere their lessons. Hunt only to feed or to protect. The first upholds tradition and ensures survival in the roughest conditions. The second guides on the winding path known as cultivation. The last is a reminder... Oh, is this louder than me? Sorry, it's like loud in my ear. Okay. The first upholds tradition and ensures survival in the roughest conditions. The second one guides the winding path known as cultivation. The last is a reminder to temper the endless greed that comes with power. Sundarta chose her path before she understood what greed meant. The cultivation she learned from Elder Midnight Jackal was a powerful art, not because of its growth, but because of the strength it afforded to one on behalf of many. However, it wasn't without its drawbacks. While mortals grow from training, Shao get their power from their bloodline. Wilder people, no matter how fervently some exist, are mere mortals. Despite her flawed art, through daily training that lasted into the dead of night and hundreds of blood elixirs every season, Sundarta reached the bottleneck between mortal and immortal by the time she was 20 summers old. She became the pride of the Red Desert, her advancement only slowing after beginning to hone her skills as a leader. During her 25th spring, the wall separating her from the true beginning of cultivation began to crumble. Gradually, the barrier weakened until it was time for the final push. The night of her ascension brought fortune, a joyous occasion that would forever be painted in her greatest failure. The day started out with a monotonous patrol of the dunes, just like the hundreds of others every day since her party was formed. That was, until her master tracker was lucky, or perhaps unlucky, enough to catch a hint of strange tracks. "Ma'am, you should see this," they called out. "These don't look like they're from any Shao I'm familiar with." "Fan out, and remain vigilant. The only reasons they would stray this far from a water source is if they've caught the scent of something more valuable," she commanded. Her 12-man team didn't need to know anything else yet. Her 12-man team didn't need to know anything else yet. Her order was given, and they knew what they needed. They knew what was needed. She trained every member personally, not satisfied with their education, until each of them could lead their own team to capture the most dangerous creature in the Red Desert, herself. They silently fell in a widespread crescent formation while paying close attention to the shifting sands underfoot. Her tracker crouched down and scanned for any signs of burrowing as the trail came to an end. If her intuition were right, the creatures were more likely to have taken to the sky, but it was a necessary precaution since the ambush from below would be harder to defend against. 4 of the warriors kept eyes on the sky, 4 more on the horizon, and the rest, including herself, became like statues overlooking the underworld. Each passing minute dragged on for hours as they watched the grains flow like a waterfall, trying to fill in the cavity left behind by something far larger than any of them. They only remembered to breathe after her tracker confirmed that whatever made it was long gone. The warm wind squalled around them, causing one of the nearby hills to shift from its own larger sandfall. Sundarta watched as the normal signs for a coming storm uncovered a dull emerald color buried under ancient copper. "This is good," she announced. "It molted, meaning it'll keep hiding until it can recover the heavenly energy it spent. Quickly, we have to report back to the elders." At her orders, the party broke into a controlled sprint. The sun was an even bigger threat than a foreign Shao at the moment. One they could handle with tactics and teamwork. The other could only be conquered with rest. Rest meant burning time they didn't have. Even then, they didn't crest the last dune leading to the tribe's camp until after the sun had set. Instead of a cold night sky painted with warm colors of a lively community welcoming... Instead of a cold night sky painted by the warm... Sorry, my brain. I'm like trying to read too far ahead. Sorry. Instead of a cold night sky painted by the warm colors of a lively community welcoming them home, the warriors were greeted by a dark solitude so thick it was suffocating. Sundarta wandered from one canopy to another, the silence gripping her stomach as the night crept tighter around her throat. Everything pointed to an orderly evacuation. Fire pits were filled with sand, partially eaten meals were left aside for later, personal valuables were either hidden or brought with, plans were followed just as practiced. She knew where the rendezvous was at, and she still couldn't shake the feeling that she was missing something. Something just out of sight, but obvious enough for her instincts to keep screaming for her to notice. She motioned her team to fan out. It was their job to check for stragglers and confirm if it's safe to return. It was procedure and another part of her training and how she taught her men. If the elders stuck to that, then there should be someone, a messenger hiding behind to warn the hunters about whatever made them evacuate. Nothing. Everywhere they looked, there wasn't a single sign of life or a hint of a clue to what happened. Sundarta couldn't decide if that was good or not. Answers weren't important right now. What was important was focusing on the evacuation plan. They had to follow what their people would do next. She started to signal the group to head for the meeting point, when a low crunching sound reverberated across the sand. Everyone instinctually snapped into formation as they surrounded the noise coming from the open air baths, the camp's largest source of water. Her worries were confirmed when she peeked around the sandy curtain, the creature's emerald chitin, far more lustrous than the husk they found that morning and nearly twice the size. The crystal beetle already grew too powerful for them to handle, and it would only be suicide to try without at least 2 soul realm immortals. Their only chance at escape was right at that moment, while it was distracted with the pools. She silently warned the team to back off to keep watch. Everything would go smoothly as long as they didn't make a sound, or she didn't get a clear look at the Shao's meal. I like that. Hanging out of its beak was a small tanned hand, her little brother's bracelet wrapped around the wrist. No! That night that hung over them like a predator finally swallowed her whole, and the world went black. Next thing Sundarta knew, She was breathing heavily and propped herself up with one of its antennae. Her training kicked in as the tunnel vision faded and she analyzed her surroundings. 9 bodies were scattered across the baths. More than half of her warriors were already dead, mercilessly torn to pieces. The sound of metal striking metal forced her to focus. There were still living warriors to worry about. She repeated Elder Midnight Jackal's words in her mind. Survive today, mourn tomorrow. Too late. One distraction for the price of one life. The metallic clanging was her tracker, desperately beating the beetle's beak in an attempt to pry the soulless body. The metallic clanging was her tracker, desperately beating the beetle's beak in an attempt to pry the soulless body of their friend free. Sorry, that was a lot of F's. Frantically, she looked around for her last man. Thoughts of a tag team strategy forming in her mind. Her tracker flew across the baths and through the woven curtains before the sound of clay pots shattering cut through the wind. The beast raised back on its hind legs and let out a roar that was a mix of triumph and frustration. She looked back at the beetle and finally saw her 12th mender seated against a pile of stones and bleeding out. "Ma'am," they labored. "Why did you suddenly attack it? It could have retreated." Their gaze eagerly searched her for an answer. She didn't know what to say. She couldn't think. Bones crunching echoed in her ears. Sundarta didn't have to look back. Her tracker was gone. She began to stammer. "You killed us, ma'am." Blood coated her last member's words. Sundarta's cold sweat numbed the night air, her mind racing to the next thought before finishing the last. Her feet locked to the ground. She failed them. In an instant, the world turned on its side. Her only clues that she wasn't imagining things were a sharp pain radiating through her side and the sudden rush of wind as she flew through the air. She didn't feel the impact, or even the second one from crashing down. Blood leaked out of the fresh gash beneath her fiery red hair. She didn't care. Sundarta was nothing more than a crumpled mess. Content to let the monster eat her. "It's what I deserve," she thought. "You killed us, ma'am," her subordinate's last words echoed. She lost all will, her soul trapped in a broken vessel. A shrill scream pierced the air, but it wasn't the beetle. It was smaller, weaker, giving it all just to be heard. For the second time in her life, her body reacted before she could think. By the time her mind caught up with her body, she was in the air dragging a waist-thick pillar behind her. Another scream came from the other side of the beetle. A small woman. No, the girl had white hair, but she couldn't have been more than 4 summers old. Her eyes were so bloodshot from tears that they were clearly visible between the gams of Xiao's exoskeleton. Or were they naturally that color? Sundarta slammed the pillar into the seam where the nape of its neck would be. An impact that would rival earthquakes erupted in every direction, followed by the otherworldly scream of a giant insect. In the breath between the attack and the crystal's beetle cry, she made it to the girl and scooped her up before sprinting off at full speed. 2 more breaths and they were outside the camp's borders. On the 4th, she was hiding the girl under a sandstone ridge. "Stay here until I come and get you, no matter what." Sundarta couldn't believe the words coming out of her mouth. Did she really plan to fight that thing on her own? The little girl offered her shroud. "Cold?" A large chunk of her soft armor had been torn, leaving only wounds to dress her back and arms. Sundarta removed the sash the elder gifted her when he first took her as a disciple and wrapped it around the girl. "I'm okay, but can you hold on to this for me? It was very important, and I don't want to lose it." The girl happily nodded. "Thank you. I'll be back for it as soon as... Thank you. I'll be back for it soon, so keep it safe." She felt guilty lying to the child. There was almost no chance that she would come back. In 2 breaths, Sundarta was already in the camp and entering the training grounds where the tribe kept their weapons. It was hard to find the beetle again and memorizing... It wasn't hard finding the beetle again. Memorizing the layout was always the first thing she did after they migrated. It helped that the creature stayed close to the bath, thanks to its bloodline curse, absent-mindedly continuing its meal. Sundarta controlled her breath, each cycle forcing her blood to a boil until her freezing sweat burned away into steam. Steadying her arm, she aimed her spear and catapulted it at the crack of the creature's side. A second spear was already whistling through the air before the first one struck at its target. Her arm coiled as one after another she bombarded it with a glorified sharpened sticks, not giving it room to react. Immediately after the last spear left her hands, she raced towards it towards the green pincushion. I like that. She raced towards the green pincushion. The creature flailed in a futile attempt to knock off the annoying weapons. Her last weapon landed a lucky hit and pinning one of its limbs to the hardened sand. Following up on her attack, Sundarta slid under an incoming swing from the beetle's leg and kicked up at the center of its abdomen. With the help of the solid ground beneath her, she was able to launch it several meters into the air over the other side of the baths. The entire camp shook as it crashed back into the ground, several of its legs broken under its own weight. Sundarta roared with excitement. She didn't have to finish this fight. She could wait for it to starve to death. Her excited roars transformed into howls as a heat slowly rose up within her core, a bright flash exploding outwards in every direction. She had advanced. Instead of stabilizing her advancement like was often encouraged, she used the residual power from her breakthrough to rip up a sandstone slab twice the size of the pillar she used before and brung it down upon the beetle's head. She pressed a fist to her forehead and stared at the sky. Weakly, she let out, "You can rest now." When the sun rose, Sundarta was woken up by the feeling of something soft poking her cheek. Bright red eyes were staring back at her. "I thought I told you to stay put," she laughed before groaning in pain. "Your hair is pretty." The little girl smiled. She looked down to see that not only had it grown past her shoulders, but instead of the bright red she was used to, it was now a deep black with hints of dark blue, just like her master, Elder Midnight Jackal. Ooh, could this be Elder Midnight Jackal's daughter? I like this. Sorry, I suck at reading. I really liked your comparisons of like for example, where was it? Where is it? An impact that would rival earthquakes erupted in every direction, followed by the otherworldly scream of a giant insect. I like that. That was cool. And then you did a callback to it down here where you were like, she picked up a sandstone that was twice as big as the pillar, and I thought that was cool. I liked it, and I like how you described the carapace of the beetle. It was very, very visually entertaining. I liked it a lot. Great job, Kiwi. I'm proud of you. I'm sorry that I can't read. I'm sorry that I'm illiterate, but I really enjoyed your story. Thank you for showing it to me. The black hair was a reference to the part of the power system in the mixer. Oh. Whoa. So how did she gain power? So she's as powerful as the Elder then. Oh. That's cool. I like this. This is really cool. Let me know when the next part is done. I'll teach you to read through practice. Yeah. I like that. That's why I had to read me a story. I also have one other thing I need to work on really quick. But thank you for sharing that with me. Let me know when the next part's done and I'll read that too. Okay, I just need to do some comments on this. Cause I'm having Enshrined make a short story as well and then post it on Creepcast, r/Creepcast. Starting as well as the anchored who just come of age and starting the inventory out, a small group of friends have decided that their first journey will be together before they go their separate ways. The story will act as a prequel to the adventure module and is the origin of the abandoned campsite. The drone will touch on the cult, the curse of motion, and end with a reveal of the nascent island authority. Narrator less affected by the curse of motion than friends. That's fine. 3 friends setting off on their first adventure. They plan to take a familiar route. They turn. Okay. Comment. Sure to add in like that part is when mortals become immortal. They develop traits that show their cultivation. That's so cool. So Kiwi, when are you gonna get a Netflix show? When is this gonna become a Netflix show? Can I voice act in it? Can I be a part of it in any way? Be sure to add in like slice of life pieces. The readers connected to the readers, like kids being kids means. Hers is because she's his disciple. I like it. Rather do Netflix than Crunchyroll. No, that's valid. Especially if you can get the animation team. I feel like that did like K-pop Demon Hunters or Arcane. That shit would pop. They set off. Passing through the village is a poorly kept secret that Allah Heron will sometimes give a bottle of hooch to the young anchored on their first journey. The 3 of us will walk a familiar path together. I hope Nella will walk many unfamiliar paths with me afterwards. Possible hint towards romance. It's never bad. Wait. Edit. Makes it so that when they die, it's more sad. Save. I was thinking more like, oh, that would be really good too. Honestly, I need to watch Castlevania, on God. There is a talk of bandits, but they largely ignore the dangers. Maybe not needed. Maybe instead of bandits, maybe rumors of culty things. Hi, Sheppy! Happy Wednesday, how are you? Feeling very energetic. Fuels their optimism. Presuming that this is meant to be a tie to the curse of motion. If not, it def should be. I'm good, trying to get my boyfriend to play Peek. Play Peek with Sheppy! Play Peek with Sheppy! Play Peek with Sheppy! If you need me to threaten them, I will. Just let me know. Some details about their journey. They start seeing more and more oddities in their environment as they head deeper into the wild. I think this one's fine. Close call with crazy winds. One of the wind is blown off, but miraculously survives the fall, seeming to almost drift in the wind. I indicate how I feel about them surviving. Maybe make it more drastic. Question? It's right next to me, so he heard all that. Yes! Play with Sheppy! Play with Sheppy! Play with Sheppy! Hee hee hi! Return their attempts of communication. Uncanny Valley-like return? Maybe? Run in with an experiment site chirper. Alright, Stinky. Yes! Mood darkens. The people are always closer. They wear robes of priests, but they are armed. The group tries to outrun them. Maybe slow build up towards the kids realizing that they are being followed. Like previously mentioning a branch snap or something that they shrug off and don't look into after meeting the priests first time. Comment. They try to rest with the friend gets injured and they don't know they're going to make it, so while running off the cultists. They try their best to rest for the night. Exhausted after the day of running, they cannot sit, sleep, or falls. I agree, but I think maybe 4 friends would make this better, as it could be that as they were trying to run, one fucked up and like kid A fucked up, and then kid B tries to save them by sacrificing themselves to save kid A. Kid B later. Kid A later dies in vain. Anyway. Fine. It's rather than I have a feeling I called you, but it doesn't answer soon. Leave it open-ended. The more people can discuss back and forth, like, did he take his hand? would he, oh god, would he try to run to survive, to honor his friends, or would he succumb because he's just a kid? Trying to follow, okay, later dies. Maybe the hooch is why he fucked up. Maybe he got too drunk. Snuck in a drinky. I feel the calling in you, you do not feel it in. The remaining two pacing to decide what to do. They gone through food and bottles of food to remain. They died to decide, try to and find their friend. Do a callback here, to the curse of motion. Edit. Total save. Exhausted, gonna sleep. Maybe add a subtle to the curse of motion. Can't sleep. Because of how they move, they get lost in the wild. During this time, one of them causes the car slowly fading into the wind. The cultist shows up again, offering to take the narrator, broken with exhaustion and the grief they cannot refuse. During this time, one of them causes the car slowly fading into the wind. Having a very sad goodbye. Maybe between the friends that liked each other will go hard. The cultists show up again, offering to take the narrator, broken by exhaustion they cannot refuse. That one's fine. They are taken to the temple where everything's being built. Brief cultist. They are taken to the cave interior where they see the avatar. A bird enters through the opening. Okay, so what my suggestion here was, sorry, I have to change the music. This is kind of distracting me now. Okay, so for this one is taken to cave, suggestion for event order, taken to the cave, taken to the cave, there is dread feeling, sudden panic in main character. MC asks, what are they going to do? Bird flies through as maybe a moment of hope, only for it to be broken as the MC watches the bird get absorbed into the avatar, and he has lots of despair and can't say anything. Maybe 1,000 thoughts are running through his head, but no words come out. Maybe he then tries to run, trips, and turns on his back to see his friend reaching out, and then he tries to refocus on what's going on, and then he realizes it's his friend. Okay. I made my suggestions. Okay. This one. Oh my god, my neck. Okay, I will take off smart shoot since it seems like it's just a maybe like a personal error, maybe. My cardigan. There you go. All right, what are we doing next? Stretching. That's what we're doing next. If you haven't stretched, please stretch. Please stretch with me. Stretch with me. I'm lonely. It's good for you to stretch. If you're like, Elaine, but I just stretched, shut the fuck up and stretch again. I don't even care if it's a baby stretch. You're stretching your little toes, stretching your arms, stretching your back. No, stretching your tongue. I don't give a shit. Just do a little stretch. Because once you do kind of like one stretch, I feel like it makes you want to do more stretches because it feels good. Yeah. I can't wait to know what Vex's picture was of this. Okay, let me finish up my Wordle. Oh, this was the wrong one. To a mob to a king to a god to a non-believer. Could it be R? No, it's not A there. It's not an E there. I pulled pinky toe. Did you pull a pinky toe or did you stretch a pinky toe? The stretch, but no, no, oh, no, I'm so sorry, Kiwi, no, I'm sorry, oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't meant to happen, I promise, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't think this would happen, my bad, it's not AR. A-R-E? No, not A-R-E. So R can't go here or here, so R has to go either here, here. Okay, wait. R, A, E, E. That helped me none. No. E, A. No. What about glare? No, glare wouldn't work because the A-R-E. Stare wouldn't work. No, retreat's too many letters. And E also can't go there. E-A-R. Water? Water? Oh shit, water could work. Oh shit, water? Oh shit, everybody drink water! I'm just gonna drink some normal water just cause of that. I've played 98 of them. Hoggin. Alright. Big dang. We play strands. Thanks, Kiwi. Chips in. Salt. No salsa? Sauce? Sauce? Sauces? Queso? Oh! Is it not salsa? No, it is salsa. Salsa! Haha! Guacamole. Are you licking? Why are you licking? Are you licking water? Oh, it's guacamole. dips. Party dips. Party dips. Hummus. Is this tzatziki? I fondue. I love food! I love food! I didn't even need a hit. Alright, connections time. Tomahawk, phantom, geoduck. Ew, isn't geoduck the weird penis fish? Or yeah, it's that weird, it's this weird penis clam. It's so weird. Why is a geoduck like that? Okay, hold on. That means I have to ask ChatGPT why. Because Google doesn't understand. Oh, nope, that's not it. I just stay logged out. Gooey duck. Gooey duck. Why geoduck like that? Oh, they're called. Oh, that's why you said gooey ducks, because they're. Wait, what the fuck? Why would? Okay, why would you have the E before O if it's not supposed to be pronounced geo? That's all I'm saying. Or like that, big, weird, and vaguely obscene looking because of how they evolved to survive and thrive buried deep in the sands of the Pacific Northwest. Here's why they're like that. Long siphon, deeper digging. The geoduck's long, leathery siphon, the thing that looks like, well, you know, can stretch up to 3 feet long, and allows the clam to stay safely buried in the mud while still reaching the surface. Big size, long life, no shell on the siphon. Most clams have a fully enclosed shell, but gooey ducks, nope, I'm geoducks, outgrew theirs. The shell only covers the body, not the siphon. Sort of like how your hoodie only fits your torso, but your arms have to fend for yourself. This makes them look extra. But that's not. But my hoodie has long sleeves, so it's not really the same. They're like that because it's a great evolutionary trait. A weird shape, but unbelievable survival. Ugly to us, but efficient. Ridiculous name from the lush oot seed, but highly prized as a delicacy. Ew. Right? You're not alone. Gooey ducks definitely fall in the why did nature do this category. But for all the weirdness, they're a delicacy in Asia, extremely valuable and surprisingly important to the marine ecosystem. Still, we can all agree that they look like a cam that lost a bet. Okay. Thanks, ChatGPT. Okay. Anywho. Bugbear! Escrow, seahorse, flatiron, mortgage, porterhouse, boogeyman, appraisal, wombat, hobgoblin, titmouse. What's a titmouse? Chateaubriand, and insurance. Wow. Okay. I feel like bugbear, hobgoblin. What the fuck is a titmouse? I feel like boogeyman. Like, it's a bird. Oh, a hawk, crow, duck. Titmouse is a bird. This is hard because, like, mouse, hawk, crow, bear, like, these have things. Add phantom to your current one. Oh, yeah, dread-inducing figures. Hobgoblin is not that scary. I return and welcome back. Okay, I feel like it's crow, hawk, bat, duck. Because these are all things that can fly. Yeah, that's what I was confused about, because like bear, bat, mouse, crow, horse, bear, and hawk. But maybe because they have these ones are crow, hawk, duck, and bat. They're all things that fly. Unless there's one that has a bird in it, but I don't think it does. So... But that, it feels like a red flag because horse and mouse. But they don't really go together. I feel like my crow... Well, but I don't know, because now it feels like... no, hold on. It feels like escrow, mortgage, in-source appraisal. What's a Chateaubriand? Chateaubriand. It's a food. What? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so it would be, yeah. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, and then it's Chateaubriand, a tomahawk, and a porterhouse, because they're types of steaks. Porterhouse steak, or porterhouse is like, I think also like a type of like meat that you get. Porterhouse. Yeah, it's like a part. It's like, yeah, it's a T-bone steak. Like it's a type, but I don't know. A flat iron maybe. Flat iron. Yeah, flat iron beef. Yeah. Let me just flat iron beef. beef. Yeah. We're big braining it up in here today. This one's also weird. Animals ending with animals. Oh, yeah, okay. If they didn't do like bugbear, hobgoblin, like if I didn't, okay, sorry, my ADHD is like on the fly right now. If they didn't have like the fantasy ones, like if dread-inducing figures was like something else that was like a red herring with the other ones, I feel like we wouldn't have got it. Or if I didn't know what a bugbear or hobgoblin was, I feel like I would have been like, what the fuck? What the fuck is a gooey? No, it's ending with animals. Animals that end with animals. So it's the dog, the seahorse, the mouse, the bat. The fuck is a geo? Cause then it would be hard because it would be GOC, tit, and wom. Yeah, it's the ending, not the beginning. We did it! Honestly, that one was fun. I felt like a genius. You know what that means? If I feel like a genius, do you know what that means? That means we have to do the Myrtle today. Where'd it go? Where'd the Myrtle go? Guys, I lost the Myrtle. Okay, there we go. Okay, I lost it again. Food guesser? Yeah, I think I broke Myrtle. Okay, well. Okay, it's rice something. Wait. So I have to guess where it's from? Ooh, okay. This feels like an Asian thing. Not because there's rice, but because it's on a leaf. Okay, wait, what is this food guesser? What is the thing? Okay, well I want to sign up. I'm signing up. I'm signing up. 'Cause I like the food ones. Okay, continue daily. Okay. Rice, coconut milk, salt water, pandan leaves, and cardamom seeds. This is just a unique type of rice preparation. This is sticky rice, isn't it? I feel like this is sticky rice. It is from the kitchen. Is it? I'm gonna guess Thailand first. Warm. We gotta go to the west. Thailand. Okay, we gotta have a world map. I don't know the map like that, okay? Nope. Okay, sure, we'll use Google Earth. Leave me alone. Can I just explore Earth? Okay. This feels like a lot harder than it should be map. Okay, so where's Thailand? Thailand. Nepal, is it an Indian food? It could be from India. I'm gonna guess India. Wait, is that west? Yeah, I think that's west. Warm? Malaysia. I feel like it's Malaysia. Cool? Northwest. It's close to Malaysia. How specific do they get? Wait, north. It's like west-ish. Is it Myanmar? Well, it's like moving. It moves. South? I go with my gut. Is it Indonesia? What? Where the fuck is Kiribati? Oh, it's the dish. It's a traditional Sri Lanka. Wait, where's Sri Lanka? Digital school. Wait, so what was the answer? Oh, the answer was Sri Lanka. Oh, where's that? Where's that? Where is that? Where's that? I don't know where that is. Sri Lanka? Oh, that's how close we gotta be? Hold on. So we have to be like this close. Damn. Oh, man, we were so close with India then. We were so close with, like, India then. Next round. I want to play another one. Yum. Next round. Okay. I like that there's 3 rounds. Spam and fries. This feels like a Hawaiian thing, I want to say. Spam, batter, oil, flour, eggs optional, milk optional, salt optional, and pepper optional. This dish contains spam slices that are dipped in a savory batter, typically made of flour, water, and seasoning. Then deep fried to golden brown until crispy. The result is delicious crunchy exterior that encases a salty and slightly sweet taste of spam. Often enjoyed with chips or mashed potatoes. This is a British thing because they said chips. This dish is a nostalgic comfort food for many. It could be British because they said chips. So I'm gonna go England. Try the Samoan Islands. Okay, I'll try the Samoan Islands first. So Samoa. Ice cold. Okay. What about England? I did it! Because they said chips. They said chips. Spam fritter is a dish originating from the United Kingdom consisting of a slice or chunk of spam that is battered and deep fried. This dish became popular in the mid-20th century, particularly during the World War II. During the war, food rationing, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, they did canned meats because they couldn't ration food, or they needed to ration food. Yes! I feel like if I knew what this was, it'd be a dead giveaway. By the time we ran my first month on VR chat, fuck yeah. This is mochi, isn't it? This is Japan. Warm? Okay. Is this China? China? Yay! Iwowo is a traditional Chinese snack that originates from Beijing. It's a typically sweet glutinous rice ball that has been enjoyed for centuries, particularly during Chinese festivals and celebrations. The snack has roots dating back to the Qing Dynasty? Qing Dynasty? When it was favored by the imperial court. Iwowo is made primarily of glutinous rice that is either steamed or boiled. The rice is often mixed with that of a filling that typically includes ingredients like sesame seeds, sugar, and nuts, which may vary accordingly to the regional preferences of family recipes. That looks very yum. I'm an apprentice foodie. Other games? What is this? What is this? Wait! Wait! I want to play this one too! I want to play this one. Wait, I want to play my MC. Sir, guess today's Minecraft mob starting below. Pig. Yes, you can. Let me get it for you. There you go. Oh my god. Wait, okay, wait. I know, I really liked this game. So, back to home. This one needs to get bookmarked into break games. But this one goes on top. And then we have New York Times games. McDo feels like it should be McDonald's. I know, right? Okay, so 10 health is a passive mob and its classification animal. Okay, what about... This means it's too tall. Incorrect field. It's too short, maybe? Cow. Alpha. Release. This is too... What about the sniff guy? No, the health is too much. I like that you can pre-see, like, the information beforehand. That's really nice. Sheep? No, sheep is 8. What else? An animal. Spawn, grass, conversion, breeding structure, grass, breeding structure. Squid? Animal, passive, 10 health, height, 0.8. It's not, oh, right, it's not an aquatic animal. Still looking for a better explanation. Look for the icon below. What does this mean? What is the... Oh, okay. From this guess, we can see that the mob we're looking for is newer, but doesn't have a lot of health. So it has less health. Okay, so it's newer. It's newer. Dog? A dog is new. No, a dog would be newer. Wolf? 8, no. Cat? 1.14. No, it's newer than that. What else is newer? Frog? 1.19, 10 health, animal, passive, release. It could be this one. Okay, it's too tall. The panda? 1.14. It has too much health. This one has too much health. Oh, shit. Conversion. It's from a grass biome. You might not be able to breed it. And it might come from structures. Fox? Ooh, fox is good. Fox 1.14. Height 0.7. It might be fox. Ooh, shit! What? Okay, it released in 1.14, which would have been the taiga biome update. Horse? I don't think horse. I think horse is too old. 1.16. Yeah, horse is too old. It releases 1.14, which I don't remember what else came out in 1.14. Hold on. Minecraft. Timeline. There's an official Minecraft timeline, and I really like it. Nope. Nope. Damn, I need to lock in. This food quiz is hard. I know, right? Because it kind of goes, you gotta like zoom in and stuff. Zoomed image hint. Oh, okay. Well, I know what the version it is. It's 1.14. 1.13 beta. When did they add foxes? When did they add foxes? 1.9. 0.8. They don't have the 1.14 update. Wait, what? 1.14? Yeah. I did the first food and knew I had to send it to you. Yeah, dude. I like it a lot. 1.14. 1.14. Oh, okay. The menu of the village raiders. Foxes, pandas, bamboo forest, village overhaul, pillagers. Is it the... No, it's not. It's not passive. Is this the Minecraft trivia? It is! We're doing Minecraft trivia! It's great! I'm so happy! Okay, so it's gotta be one of these. Or, hold on. No, yeah, it is from 1.14. One more. Goddamn, Europeans eating all the same shit. It's spam, bro. I love spam. Scaffolding, barrels. What animals did they bring in? Pillagers, the cat? A cat? Did we look up cat? 1.14, 10, passive structures breed. Oh, it could be cat. Oh! Cool. Blocks. Okay, block. Dirt block. No, let's do something a bit later. Let's do the... nether? Let's do this one. Okay, so sacrifice for tools. It does need diamond, a diamond pickaxe, so it could be a obsidian. 16 pre-alpha. Okay, that's too far back. What can only be mined? Flammable, no. Full block, yes. Hardness, 50. Ah, fuck. Deep. Fucking British. Hardness, this one. Less hardness, 1.17. Oh man, deep. I don't know all the blocks. End stone? It wouldn't be end stone, would it? 3, hardness 3. Hardness -1, release 1.10. Oh, I have to play again tomorrow. I know. There's 3 rounds of it. There are 3 rounds of it. We can all play it together. Okay, wait, that one's not a full block. It's newer than 1.0, but it's not as new as 1.16. So that means it would have came... Oh, what about, yeah, what is this block called? What is this block called? Prismarine? Can Prismarine only be broken by... Yeah, Prismarine can only be broken by... Yeah, I think it's this one. Fuck. Okay, it's between 1.8... 1.16, 1.8, and 1.16. 1.8 and 1.16. Hi, Daedalus! 1.16. Oh, between that and the nether. Is it the shulker things? I don't think, no. I don't think the shulker boxes. Oh, they are. 1.1. But that's older. That's older than the Prismarine block, isn't it? It has, like, no blast resistance. But it can be mined with a pickaxe, though. It's not a sand thing, is it? Pre-alpha, beta, alpha 1.20. No. I'm doo-doo shit at these games. Mood. It's not Prismarine. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on. It also has a full stack limit, yeah. Sandstone? And oh, is it andesite like those ones? No, andesite can be broken with... Sandstone can also be broken with that. Hold on. I want blocks. Minecraft wiki. Oh wait, stack size? Stack size is 64. Stack size is 64 blocks. List of blocks. Oh, you're using... Yeah, I'm cheating. Oh yeah, no, I cheat, Vex. I wouldn't... Food... Okay, so the food guesser one, I got the British one and the Chinese one, the second and the third one. I got those ones, but the first one I didn't get because it's too specific, so... I don't think tough isn't... Oh shit, tough is 1.17. Oh shit, but tough is too new. Okay, tough is too new. What would be warp? What about basalt? Basalt? Basalt is 1.16. It's 1.16 though. I want the one. You're looking for a 1.12 release. Which one I got because Pandan is really generally South Asia, Southeast Asia. Yeah, I was close to it. I didn't get the specifics because I forgot about Sri Lanka, to be honest. 16, 1.4, 1.12. When did the Warden come out? The Warden came out 1.19. Concrete? Was it concrete? Is it concrete, baby? Concrete? I forgot I didn't realize concrete was... Yes! Items. Let's do a netherite pickaxe. There's so many items in Minecraft. I might not get this one. Rarity, common, renewable, yes. It can be loot. I love eating cement! That's in the game? Yeah, apparently. I don't know at this point. Trim? Rex. It's at the crafting table. It's renewable and it's common. Fuck, I lost the game again! That's crazy. It's between 1.5 and 120. 120 is this one, and then 1.5 was it? Yeah, 1.5. 1.5 is like all the way back here. Yeah. Paper? Could be paper. I think paper's too old, though. Yeah, paper, common. It can be looted. It could... Ow. It could be traded. Hold on, I have to put... Oh, shit, it's not in here. Okay, it's fine. Let me... Hold on. I'm putting paper tape on a bug bite really quick, because I keep scratching at it, and it's not good. Goodbye, buggy bite. You're going in the paper tape. So I already broke skin. So, egg, bucket. I like bucket. Let's. Oh, bucket's not renewable though. Egg. It could be egg. What is this egg? Spawn egg. 1.1. No, 1.1's too old. All right. Is that frostburn? Only so many things stacked that small. It's an ingredient. Bucket is renewable. Okay. Oh, okay, interesting. But it's too old. What else only stacks a little bit? There's only, yeah, because Pixel is right. There's only some things that have small stacks. I don't have, like a door? Doors don't count. I guess doors are blocks. What can only stack it's not a bundle. Bundles are too new. Snowballs? Snow bucket. It's common, but it's not an ingredient. This one's too old. Snow... Gravel? No, gravel, flint? Flint is 64. That was pre-alpha. Trying to think. I'm trying to think. I play in creative too much. This is hard. Wait, it only can single stack. Yeah, I think it only can do a singular stack. Like, it can only do one item, it looks like. Like, would it... No, an enchanted apple? Ooh, that's a good one. Oh. Potions? Ooh, potions would be good. Potion, 1.19, no. Ingot 64. Actually, no. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me fix my hair. Oh, Eye of Ender? Ooh, that might be a good one. Eye of Ender came out in 1.0 though, which I think is too old, but we'll try it anyway. Yeah. Yep. Version hit 1.9. 1.9. Electra? It's no, it wouldn't be that because the rarity is common. Is it? No, it's not. Is it? It's not that. Oh, shields? No, shields not. Because shields is a weapon category type. You find in mine shafts? Shulkers, outer islands, commentaries, subtitles, igloos, new arrows. Is it like an arrow of some type? Choose her the sun. Is it this one? A tipped arrow? No, I fucked up. I don't know, this update. Oh, they don't have pictures. Fuck. New items. No, it's not. It's an ingredient. Oh no, you're right. It is a weapon. What is this? Does it talk about what the categories are? Looks like it's a weapon. No, you guys are right. It is a weapon. 1.19. 1.19. It's a weapon? Is it... It's not the trident, is it? No, that's 1.13. I had a method of getting it offhand. Cooldown shields. Spectral arrow? Common 64. I forgot to move some fence poles. No problem, we'll be here. Frosted Ice command block, chorus flower, end rod, end brick, purple block. No, it's a brewing item. The only one I got, da 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 da. Much of a girlfriend. This is it wouldn't be a luck potion, right? Luck, nope. What? 1 point? Am I looking at the wrong? 1.9? The no, yeah, 1.9 release. What? Sword blocking root and several other weapon techniques added. Shield? I feel like I checked shield. God damn it! I thought it was a shield. I think I got fucked up. Yeah, never mind. Yep. Cause I thought this was right. This was wrong. Also, I can make this bigger. My bad. I could have made that bigger. Oh, is that all? Mods, blocks, item, bestiary. Track your progress, start collecting. Oh, that's so cool! That's so cool. The ones that we find in this will become a bestiary. That's cool. That's cool. This is also going in break games. This is number 2 in my break games. They have other games, more games. Time guesser, auto guesser, ew. Thurdle, kinda hard golf, sandboxel. I think I've seen this one. Lol shot. They like actually have games in here. Okay. Thank you for that distraction, Kiwi. That was awesome. I love that. That was great. I love that a lot. That was poggin'. Minecraft time. Minecraft time. Do I want to do any art? I don't think I want to do any art today. Maybe I'll do art tomorrow. Edit and then art and then Minecraft, I think, is my plan. Also, my thing won't let me change to Minecraft. Hold on, I gotta redock it. Twitch stream information. Minecraft. Done. BZ. Whoa, this is cool. Who else is streaming? Pingy. What are they playing? Hunt Showdown? Larkin, but hope you're having a great stream. Oh, Val's in here. Whoa, they're in. Whoa. Dark mode. That's so cute. Oh, their VTuber is so cute. Oh, I like their voice too. Okay, I lurk. Wife's still playing a bolt. Nah. Wait, no, she's playing Sons of the Forest. I forgot she was doing that. Oh, my neck. Alrighty. Bloop. Alright, we gotta add stuff. Okay, boop. Not that one. Okay. Gnarly. Wheels. What? I want to get the one that he wanted, and then I wonder if there's a space for pianos. I'm sure how to do infinite energy and outdoor. Oh man, I'm not able to get something for this version of Minecraft. Okay, cool. Gnarly. What? 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 Did I log in wrong? What? What? My eye itches. My eye itches! Hold on, I have to do a thing. Was that not? What is happening? What do I use to log in with CurseForge? What? They change my copy on the shit. What do I use to log in with to CurseForge? I'm so confused. I'm not even logged into Curse. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean you just logged? What is happening? Okay, now it's fine. I'm so confused. Okay, what am I doing? What? Okay, very confusion. Okay, close this group. And then dashboard. Manage. Files. Okay. Maincoow. And content. Sound physics remastered. Install. Reverted. Ew, I forgot how laggy this is. I always forget. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Optimization updates. That's usually what I do, and then added, reverted, a man with plushies was causing severe CPU lag, picking up, spiking CPU usage. We added the sounds physics remastered, and then we have this list from Arc, better FPS, better FPS render distance forge install. I wonder, are all these by this person? No. Dark timer. I will just add this list to here. Okay, and then the FPS one that we have is FPS render distance forge. I'm gonna grab this one. Okay. And timer added. It won't let me copy the name. Dark timer. Modern fix. I thought we had that one. Maybe I removed it because I got confused. I did. Oh! Okay, well I updated it. Whoops. Oh well, it should be okay. Updated. Updated. Do it this way. Converted. Packet fixer. Do consider. I already did. Don't worry. I already did. Do not worry. Packet fixer. I'll update this one. Yeah, no, I already added it. Don't you worry. We have packet fixer, server performance, smooth chunks. This one. Chunk sending. Chunk setting optimized chunk. This one. And then no see, no tick. Localizes the wither dragon. What is this? Oh, there it is. It was right there. It's right here. Install. Nice one. Well, good night. Catch you all another time. Good night, Waggy. Cool. Okay. Might prep another spawn shop tomorrow if you're cool with it. Yeah, it's fine. We have plenty of space. Updated. Mod loader forge. Minecraft 2020-2021. Display name. Milk. Club. Mods. V. 2 points. Can't remember. 2.07. 2.07. 2.07. Okay. Share profile. Export is it. What's up? Your bud? Oh. Maybe it's in the living room? And I gotta add the files to the server. File manager. Files? Where's the files? Squisho mode, you got it, J Crispy. Hey yo! I'm a big default. Ha! Stream is going well. There you go. Stream is going well. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Where are the mods? A man with plushies. Wish you the best. Delete. And then we also need to delete modern fix. It hasn't been bad, but it's been a downer. I'm sorry. I hope the vibes here can, cheer you up a little bit. You oh my life. Fix and packet fixer LMNOP packet fixer. Alright, open folder. Mods, sort, date modified. Oops. Casino tick, smooth chunk, packet fixer, modern fix, dark timer, sound physics, and plushies. 7, right? That makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? 6. Oh, packet fixer and modern. Okay. Sort by name. LMNOMO. Modern. What is it? Modern fix forge. And then the other one, which is the packet one, is LLP packet fixer. And then Minecraft version updates. I'm gonna add a new folder called V2 just so I'm not getting confused. No. Okay, add file. Now it's uploading, and once that's uploaded, hopping off for the night. See you tomorrow. Good night, Arch. Good night. Good night. Alright, that's processing, and we'll restart the server later. I don't know, I kind of want to do some art. I kind of want to do some art. I don't know, though. I already put ourselves in Minecraft. I already put ourselves in Minecraft. Let me see. Let me look at this. We can work on this a little bit. Why won't you let me change? The thing is like grayed out, and I don't know why. It's like grayed out. I have to reopen it. Stream information. And now it'll let me do it. And then it won't let me change it again. I don't know why. Doopa 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 doo. I should keep this open so I can make sure it goes through. Save. I'll work on my heart a little bit. Beep. Alright. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong layer. Oh baby, pretty little baby, yeah, pretty little baby. You say that maybe you've been thinking of me. Stinky little baby, you need a me and through. Stinking with flowers. So happy, yeah. I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing. Cause that's what I do. I be vibing. I do hear it in here somewhere. Here, let me turn this off. Or maybe it's your phone. I don't know. This back there. The steal it? Did it fall in between there? Is it making noise? Is it in there? Pixels is looking for his earbud. And apparently it's around his... Am I sitting on it? Little baby. You sure that's on the phone? Meow. Okay. Pixels was looking for his earbud and we're like, where is it? It's at my desk somewhere. We can hear it, but we don't know where it's coming from. But it's in here and he keeps moving and I move out of the way because I don't want to be in the way. Turns out his earbud was in my pocket.
It's like it's moving.
Oh, it's in my pocket. I'm back from Peak House Peak. A good time in Peak. So fun in Peak. I hope you did. That was funny. That was funny. Hee. I didn't even know. I'm not crazy. I wouldn't think you were crazy. I just figured maybe I was on the floor somewhere. It was good, but we died in the kill. Damn! Damn, so close. You're not the one for me. Oh, shit. No, that's right. No, it's not. Yeah, no, it's not. Because I don't think about coloring just yet. This is line art. That was funny. Pixel just shoved his hand into my pocket and then pulled out the earbud, and I was like, oh. Which makes me concerned, because if it was making noise and it was just in my pocket... Well, I guess I had my headset on the whole time. So... it's funny. God damn it. I want to make art for somebody, but I don't know what to make. I was thinking the same thing. I was chirping that bitch for 10 minutes. Well, I'm gonna get off the bed. Sleep well. I hope you dream wonderful dreams. Thank you so much. Ready for the ball. Gimme. Gimme. I'm ready. Gimme. Fan art. That's what I'm thinking about, but I don't know who to do fan art for. As I was saying, I don't know. I don't know who to do fan art for. I don't know. Who do I like a lot? I don't know. I like my wife. My wife's cool. But I feel like maybe I should branch out, maybe? True. I wish I could do Creepcast, but like the things I would want to do for Creepcast are a bit more like like out of my scope right now, so I don't really want to do them. Like I'd probably do something 3D. Cup of every side, everything that we had if we ever broke up. Beep 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 pew pew. Everything you said and broke up. Who do you fan art for? Who do I like? I like being a VTuber and I like a lot of VTubers, but I don't know if I love any VTubers, you know? I've made fan art. Okay, to be fair, I think the person that I've made the most fan art for is Beezy. I've made her quite a few things because I really like Beezy. Because she's my parent. I don't know. I don't know. I made stuff for Vika before. It'd be cool to make something for Skittles. I like Skittles. I'm gonna make something for Skittles. Skittles was cool. Sure. We'll do Skittles. Do they have a ref sheet? I don't know if they have a reference sheet as much as like they just have been drawing themselves. I like their art a lot. Oh, this is like their ref sheet. Okay, save. Food mascots? But the thing is she has a really cute mascot. She has her own pyro pups. They're like, one's a bomb, I think. And the other one's like an inverse. Where are they? Time. Where are her mascots? She's like really cute mascots. I mean, like the MMs, the memes. Where are they? There's one. There they are. They're just perfect. They're little round boys. I want to do this art. Okay, maybe I want to do this art. Maybe I want to do this pose. I have been wanting to do that art. But then that's just a big thing. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I want to be kind of a shaggy little guy. I'll fix that later. Alrighty, this one. Pressure this one. With this guy. Lights. I like a little bit smaller. This one. This one. This one. Can I select multiple and do this? I can. Reverse this one. Line this up. Why is this one weird though? That's because it's so long. You know, it's so thin too. 1.7. There you go. Reverse. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. This gets so thin. Why did I make so many of them so small? 1.7. What? Did I accidentally select multiple when I did the 1.7? Or 0.5? I think I might have. Little cat ball just rolling around. Reverse, reverse. Yep, yep. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. Little cat, my boy. I'm a little cat baby. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, reverse. What? Is it different? No, I think it's just that this one doesn't have it yet. Pressure. This doesn't line up. There we go. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna color this, but we'll get there eventually. This one, go with the bangs. Okay, hold on. I would prefer if all the colors were at the bottom. Something to sweep 2, sweep 1, and this join curves. Close curve. Close curve. There you go. And this guy needs to go in, but at the same time, these need to. Oh, she color. This is where it becomes a problem. Oh, well, we could just do. And then if I did, well, I have to erase it. There we go. Who are you? Why are you weird? Oh my god, here we go. Why are you different? You. What is up with this curve? There's something wrong with that curve, chat. Why are you being like this? Oh, now it's fine now. Okay. And then you go back inside too. Color. Color goes on top of eyes. I don't know if I want it to go on top of brows though. I think this should go here. This will be hair. Bangs. Do it in my van every Sunday. She knows she's in church. No, that's on her knees, and Scotty doesn't know. No, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. And this is my hair back. He's out shopping. Oh man. Scotty doesn't know. Leave his house down. Find you thrusting. Oh my god. I fucked it up. I reverse it though. Thank you. I want to move this guy to here. He doesn't know. Is it wrong that I don't really like? I want to make art for other people, but only people like I really appreciate. Oftentimes, because fan art is free art, and I really only want to make it for people that I appreciate. I don't know if I should reverse this actually. Reverse. Yeah. Yeah. And this is a whole gay. Doop. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna render this thing. Rendering might be a thing where I do it by hand instead of like doing it with a pen, but I don't really know yet. Can I sit on my desk? I want to sit on my desk. I can't sit on my desk. Fuck. It's fine. Alright. And this guy. Join curve. Boop, boop. Close curve. Hair back. Oh, this would go here. Wait, no, it's just like color. Oh yeah, I see how I should do this. Color, bangs. Should be line art. And then here. And then line art. Line art! God, moving out is so crazy. Like, why am I excited over spoons and shelves? That's how it be. It's because it's your place and it's all yours, you know? It's all yours. That's at least how I felt about it personally. Is like, I was so excited about all the tiny mundane things because, like, they were mine, you know? They were mine to clean, to fix, to do whatever the fuck I want with. Why is this a weird color? Why do you seem like a different color than your friend? Because you are a different color than your friend. You want to be this color. Oops. Is it you? Are you the problem? You're like all the problem. Yes, yeah. I think that's like a fun part, especially about moving out on your own, is the idea that whatever you do, it's kind of, you're doing it because you want to do it. They're your choices. Oh shit. I may not have thought about this. Bex, I'm gonna miss you so much when you go to college. I hope you'll stop by when you're not busy with homework. Sneefa, sneefa, sneefa. Sneefa, sneefa, sneefa. I can't tell if things are the same color anymore. It's hard to tell. Dark outline. This is the mouth. I'll just do this as the face. Face. Guys, I'll probably be here more often because I'm quitting my job for the first semester at least. That's valid. That's valid. We gotta all get to hang out with you, and instead of like doing work with you, I'll get to do homework with you. It'll be cool. And then if you have any questions, you can like ask chat. We'll be your chat GPT. It'll be awesome. What happened to the outline on my face? What happened to the outline on my face? What? Oh. Okay, I think that's correct. Open up you. I get to do sit down work again. Yeah, you can just hang out and try not to get lured into the sexy noises of anything else that might be on your PC. And by that I mean like video games or something. I mean porn too, I guess, but I don't know if you're into that, so I was thinking like Fallout really was kind of where my brain was going with it, to be honest. Or like Ark or Minecraft. Don't go crying to your mama, 'cause you're on your own in the real world. Yeah, probably both, to be honest. Valid. All of the above is an appropriate answer, to be fair. I honestly like where this is going, and that's like a first. And I think honestly, like I've become to like this art only because like I justify doing vector art to myself, and it feels a lot better because like I just don't want to sit here for 20 hours trying to do line art that if I want to redo it or change the color of it, I'm not gonna have to like redo it entirely or plan for it super hard. I just get to sit here and be like, I make it the pretty art, and it's pretty, it's nice, and I don't have to think about it too much. It feels nice. I just make the lines go where the lines need to go, and then it all works out. And all alone. Don't go crying to your mama, 'cause you're on your own in the real world. Crying to your mama. Are these all in here? They are. Go crying to your mama, 'cause you're all alone in the real world. Go crying to your mama, on your own in the real world. This looks a little weird. It's weird. It's like it doesn't have this effect to it. Oh, mama, 'cause you're all alone company. Oh, I love this song. Just realized what it was. Why are you doing this to yourself? Looked at me, and this is what she said. And there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. Ain't nothing in this world for free. You're so down, no you can't hold back. And though I wish I could, there ain't no rest for the wicked. 'Cause our eyes were good. Open sight. This one. There ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. Got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. Ain't nothing in this world for free. Down upper torso. There ain't no rest for the wicked. You close your eyes for good. Bye, Moira. I love you. I wonder if that mod pack got approved. It was approved. Cool. Yeah, I rotated it. I rotated it. Right. The bills. Okay. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. Bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. Ain't nothing in this world for free. Join curves. Oops. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Our eyes for good. Cool. Join curve. Join curve. Shoot. Oh, why does it do that? If I reverse it, will it fix it? Oh man. Join curves. Nope. Join curves. Yeah, there we go. Oh, close curve. Oops. And close curve. Thank you for the song request, Vexed. You're amazing, as usual. Never forget that. Join. Color. Line art. Ooh, I fucked that up a little bit. Because now this just needs to be body. There we go. And this will go underneath the neck. Not gonna lie, I'm not mad about it, honestly. I quite like how this is looking so far. Oops. Oh, there we go. And I don't think any of the other ones have that overlap, so. This is looking pretty gold. I have a double bees. Honestly, this is like a 1. Save profile. I want to see something. Can I shift this whole thing up? That there is an emote. Oh Lord, I'm not painting nudes. Stop it. I just need to make these lines thicker. 2. I need, oh, come on. I need this line thickness and this line thickness to be the same. So maybe like 2. I think 2 works. Who Twitch art stream when? I don't think I'm that good, guys. I don't think I'm honestly that amazing at drawing. I don't know if I would. Because to be fair, this is all TOS. This is all TOS, you know. And then we're gonna go do the top. Now you're making me nervous, so we're gonna do the top right now. We're doing the top right now. I found a walnut. My walnut shrimp pog. Poggin. That's cool. It's always a good sign if you find a walnut and a walnut shrimp. Thank you for the song request. Alright. And now we just modify it all to be where we want it to be. I really need to be using my tablet for this, to be honest. Hi, Moira. You scared me. I thought it was your father coming in to shove an arm brace on me. Alright. Use the tablet. I'll use the tablet. Oh, it's this song. Oh, baby, why don't you kill me? That's crazy. Boop. Boop. Loser baby, so why don't you kill me? Loser baby, why don't you kill me? I think Joyner Lucas ADHD is a kind of modern version song for this for me. I don't think I've ever heard that song. But that's valid. Song is super nostalgic. That's valid. It does bring me into a state of nostalgia. Though I don't know where it comes from because I've heard this song before, but I don't know where. Maybe on the radio or something? There you go. That's what I thought. But baby, why don't you kill me? I think this one doesn't need. Baby. Loser baby. Thank you for the song request. Save profile. Move this one. Loser baby. Save profile. This one. This one. Why is this weird? There we go. Did every team rebellion from the thousands? Interesting. I didn't know that. Actually, where's this one? I can't wait till I have singing lessons again, and I'm gonna do so many covers for you guys. It's gonna be so cool. Speaking of, cool stuff. It's Biff and Elaine! It's Biff and me! It's me and Biff reading! Isn't it cute? Alright, I'm gonna show this to Havoc. Artistry. I'm having done myself. Hi Meow! How was your stream? Are you still playing Sons of the Forest? A peek. I ended early, but now I can listen to my WAP. Oh, are you packing now? How long will you be gone for your trip? You gone for like a couple days, the whole weekend? Also, I hope you're doing okay. I hope you don't have like a headache or something and that's why you ended early. But if you do, know that we love you. I'm happy to have you here. And thank you for your your present's not on my head. Hold on, wait, guys. It was good, but Sons decided it didn't want to work, and the only other way to get it to work is if I restart my account. I don't want to do that. It's only overnight, so I'll be back Friday. Okay. Okay. There you go. It's on my ahoge. I wanted to be on my ahoge. Okay, well, it's on my ahoge now. Oh my god, Twip gang. Are you also going on a Twip? You also going on a Twip? Where are you going? You going to Carweggy? Carweggy? Oh, little doll, you were in my lap most of the stream? Yeah! I'm glad. Thank you for the wonderful pleasant wife. You know, I didn't expect this to be rap for some reason. Kiwi. Oh! How long will you be gone? It's going to be fun as hell. Hell yeah. That's what I love to hear. Excuse me. I mean burp. I did mean a burp, actually. You're my wife. Look at my wife. Friday to Sunday. Got it. Gordy's playing. Oh, I'm gonna tell him happy early birthday in case I forget. Happy early birthday in case I forget. Love you, bro. Oh, he's looking for the rat guy. Has he not played Elden Ring yet? to say anything. He's in the bush. For those of you who don't know, he's in the bush. Oh, he's so close. Oh, I think it's that dead bush. I'm pretty sure it was that dead bush. Tripping a little bit. Gore's doing art too. Snoozum's playing. Oh, someone's playing Minecraft? Snoozum's playing Minecraft? Okay. Oh my god, that's big. What the fuck? Oh, it's because I zoomed into Google Docs earlier, and it counts it as the same. This is the band, I guess. Top band. There's a top. And then we can call this line art. And then we can do the rest of the top. Which I'm guessing looks like this. That was cool. That was cool. The way the pressure worked like that was cool. Is this how the booby work? Is this how the booby work? I don't like this. Hold on. Do I not have a sketch of this? Oh yeah, I forgot that I'll probably miss tomorrow's stream. It's my anniversary. That's fine. It'll be a short stream because I will be doing also happy anniversary, by the way. Yes, happy anniversary. Brain thinking. We have Dragonlance. So it'll be a shorter stream. So no sweat. No sweat. Happy anniversary. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Those. What? If you don't mind me asking, what are your plans? What plans you got? Go out to a fancy din-din? Are these the same? Is there what? I don't know how I feel about this one. I feel like I like this more. So on pulling a Luigi. Wait, what does that mean? Are you going to a haunted house? Are you going to a haunted house? Going all Ghostbusters on it and then paying for her medical bills? Is that correct? Is that how that works? They will have hats. I'm guessing I'm wrong. I mean, Louis. Oh! Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Dude, I straight up thought Kiwi was about to go all Luigi Mansion on his wife. I straight up was just like, oh, okay. I mean, you know, maybe she into that whole Luigi Mansion stuff, you know? Maybe she like haunted houses. That makes sense. It makes sense to me at the time. It made sense to me at the time. I'm gonna be playing some games. I love you. Have fun. Have fun with games. Love you. Thank you for the lurk. Man, I missed that. Hold on. I'm gonna show my wife something. Bookmarks. What? Did I not bookmark it? Oh, I liked it. Where is it? It's the emotes. There's no emotes. You didn't see that. I can just look up emotes. Just emote? Yeah, it's this person. Copy image. Boop, boop. So I missed the plan for the surgery tonight. Is it dead? No. Nope. Oh my god. Did you guys kill it? What happened? What did you guys do? Okay, well, anywho, that's great because, so, update your Minecraft. The server is starting, and then you'll be pogging. You can play as long as it doesn't crash again. Smile. I never finished my grilled cheese from yesterday. I want to eat it. Are you okay? Are you okay, grilled cheese? I have a snack today, so this is good. I should honestly just load up Minecraft that way when I want to play, I can play. Oh, cute model, thank you, Zenon. Thank you. Alright, this is the top. There's the head. This is the top. And this is the line art. Hey, Land, it's been a while. It has! How have you been? I've missed you, friend. Is this Tron music? It is! It is Tron music. Good eye. Or good ear. Good ear. What's wrong? Good ear. That's valid. Not yellow. I'm good. Just slowly working on some more VTubing stuff. Time management is so hard with it. That's so valid. When I had a normal job, I was not streaming nearly as much as I am now. Tell you what. So I get it. But I'm proud of you for sticking to it. Because you don't have to, technically. Oh my god, I love this song. Oh my god, I love this song. Oh my god. And then we had to play a real hero after it. What? Nope. Boop boop. Drinkers. Don't want to hear. But don't have no fear. Something about you. What's the color of my booba thing? The color of my booba thing. No, my internet cut off. I'm so sorry. I was just saying that I'm proud of you for continuing to work on your stuff, even though it can be hard. Okay. You know, pursuing hobbies is a big thing. It's a commitment. It's a testament to your person. Sorry. Of course. I'm super proud of you. I don't let nobody tell you otherwise. Yippee! I'm excited too. I'm definitely like repost it wherever I can. That is blue? That's crazy. I was not expecting that to be blue. Wait, shadow, white outline? No, blue. I guess. That's not what I want to do. Fear. Ow. Ow. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. This one? Whoa. Whoa. Did you voice act this? Did you do this? Did you do the voice on this? Can you sing? You feel like your voice makes me feel like you can sing as well. This is me right now. Hold on, wait. This is me right now as I watch this. Hey, yo. This is cool. Yo, y'all should watch this. Whoa. Whoa! How do you do the thing with your voice? That's cool. Baby! When you have a when you have your big boy model, which I'm sure you'll have someday, it's over. It's over for what? That's cool. Oh, you got an evil laugh. That's cool. Whoa. That's cool. Whoa. Whoa, that was awesome. That was awesome! Am I subbed to you on YouTube? Subscribe. I'm excited. I am excited. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for telling me where to find that. Hell. Hi, Kaneko. Creek Rush killed the only cow for miles. I got you. Okay. Hi. Oh, you two know each other? That's cool. Hi. Leave me alone. I miss you. I miss you too. I love you too, Kaneko. I can't pucker with this model, really. But you can hear it, I think. Yes, Kaneko is an amazing person. We love Kaneko and Kaneko's art. I'm a coming. I'm just a Hoshi kek. I can hear. The best Hoshi, yes, the best Hoshi. I don't think I know any other Hoshis, to be fair. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm loading in the Minecraft server. So you can have a cow. Do you have a preference on cows, Ghost? Ghosty? Any preference on cows? Type of cow? The specific type of cow you want? I don't like this color. I want it to be this. I mean, like a dark gray. I'm like wrong. I'm just wrong. Okay, well, I'll just leave it blue. A normal ass cow for normal ass milk. Hey, I'm gonna give you 2 cows. Nope, that's wrong. TP lovely Elaine to only ghost. I should change my name in here to maincoow. Oh, hey, what's up? Alright. Look when I can, but I hope you're well. Thank you. I am good. I've missed you. I'm glad you were here. Wait, what? I'm giving you 2 cows. That's scary. God, if you're gonna give me cow. Oh, okay. You got a place to go? Got a place to be? Yeah, I could spawn them. Yeah, or I could give you the eggs. I could give you the eggs if you want. So that way you can just spawn them. Oh, that was a car. Well, you can have the eggs if you want. Alright, here you go. There you go. Enjoy your cows. This is how this song makes me feel. Enjoy your cows. Where are we? Thank you. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Okay, good job. I'll go this way. The cow distribution. Yeah, I'm the cow distribution system. Mage will clear dropped items in 10 seconds. Is this the... I love your plays, by the way. Thank you. It is amalgamation of things that chat sends me and things that I enjoy. Dark March has cleared dropped items. Does that happen a lot? I hope that doesn't happen a lot. That message. Well, it makes sense. It's from the Dark Timer mod. Tron, Kravinsky. They're good movies. Because the Kravinsky one comes from the movie Drive with Ryan Gosling, and I really like those ones. I love having night drives and in the city listening to those kinds of songs. I wish I knew how to drive, because honestly, same. Also, the smooth chunk loading is fucking sick. In 10 minutes. Can I change that? dark timer. Clear drops every 10 minutes to help. Can I change this? Can I make it so it like dark timer? Description features. Modded servers can sometimes encounter dropped items. This results. Server performance, create your server. Does it have to say stuff? Modded servers can sometimes encounter issues. Simple modders, this could be used in a heavily modded environment where lots of players have dropped unwanted things on the ground, not despawning and surfing lag. A warning message is displayed every 10 minutes and 1 minute prior to clearing. You can also change the duration of the time you're using. The data pack found in the game files section. I'm too lazy. Yeah, the drive song was, yeah. You know, that was the first time, you know, I didn't know, I'm gonna be honest, there's so many movies, or, I guess my introduction to Ryan Gosling was that, like, he didn't talk, because, or just, he just didn't talk in roles, because he's, like, a silent protag, because I found out about him in, with Drive. And then I was like, oh, so he's like a silent guy. And then I watched Nice Guys. That motherfucker's funny, though. That motherfucker funny, though. Funny guy. He's a good actor. I like him. Very versatile. Very pog. Oh, my back. My back. My pussy and my crack. I'm kidding. Okay. I did my top, so now you guys can't say I'm naked anymore. How's it look with the back hair? I think I kind of like it. I feel like the eyes are a little weird, maybe? Maybe it's because I don't have a shadow here. Like, I don't have a shadow. I'm just gonna duplicate them just in case. I don't have a shadow on my nose, like, here. This. How does my nose work? Okay, maybe that's not the key. I don't know what's weird about this. What is weird about you? Let me look at the final sketch again. Mew, Eepy. Are you Eepy, Mew? I think the eyes are off. Mew, what is off about my drawing? What is wrong with my drawing? Why do I feel like it's off? Let me turn this off again. Is it the eyes? Something just, like, feels off. Like, proportionally. I don't think anything is wrong. Okay, maybe I've been looking at it too long. Think you look pretty. You're pretty. Pretty amazing. Mwah. Bless Elaine, giver of cows. I am the cow distribution center system giver thing. I want to try, like, shading this, I feel like. Okay, did someone request this song? Because I'm not, to be honest, I'm not really in the mood for rap right now. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really in the mood for rap right now. I think this fill color is just this color. I don't think anybody requested this song, so I'm just gonna skip it. Because I'm not feeling rap right now, to be honest. Is this another rap song? The album cover leads me to believe this is so. Thank you. Oh, I like this song. This is a good song. What is this? 2032? 32? I did again, that's fine. We can go if you'd like to. I really like the hard shading. I've always been like, I think when I've done art, I've always been like a soft shaded person, but it's like, I think the cell shadedness I really like. I would say because I really want you to swap me. Or at least starting with it, I guess. Get in there. Honestly, I just realized this can just be this. This is how they do it. Can I copy this and just move it and put it over here? I can. Just gonna modify it a little bit. Just a little bit. And I think there's like a little light, like rim light there, I feel like. So I'm just gonna I want it to be less. Alright, who's ready for my favorite part? It's the boobie. Fuck, how does this work? I think it's like that? The boobie held a message. Smart detection. What the fuck? There was a new thing that was like smart detection. Do you want to allow this message? But it wasn't like fucking Twitch's auto mod thing. It was different. It was weird. Another rain. I think this is where like shading happens. What? No, we're already. I think this is where I do gradients. So this is where shadows happen, I think. Good lord, me. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. Armpit shading. Oh, this is weird. Oh, this is weird. Shading tutorial. Human body. Wait, can I check it on my model? My model has it, doesn't it? Hold on. I'm gonna change back to my normal model. Hello. Hi. Okay. Oh no, etc. Default outfit. Straps. Ah. Is this line not necessary then? Because you're kind of going... I guess it depends on how big the boobs are, right? Changes how big the overlap here is. So how my model does it, I guess, is this This doesn't exist. Yeah, even if I like turn it, like doesn't exist. Okay. I know technically my model isn't like the most accurate thing to look at, but I think I give it just a little bit more. First, black. This goes here. This will go here. I think that makes sense. Is this supposed to be a sharp thing? Where is you? Oops. I can't type. Ah! They're not out! They're not out! Don't make me keep zooming out! I can't look at the pixels if you keep making me zoom out! I need to be zoomed in! I need to be zoomed in, Vexed. Don't do this to me. Girl, just stop. Her boobies are not out. They are in, I swear. Getting trolled by chat. Chat does that sometimes, you know? Chat does that sometimes. Actually, this would be thinner. This would be, thinner, actually. Ah! I'm gone. Talked a lot about boobies today. We talked about the red-footed boobies, and then we talked about the blue-footed boobies, and now we're talking about my boobies. All the boobies, huh? All the boobies today, huh, chat? I mean, that's valid, to be fair. And the tit mouse, and the tit mouse, Good catch, good catch. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think this kind of looks nice. Kind of looks nice. No one better than me. No one. Oh, my brain. Why am I being? I mean, it is Pride Month, so it's Wrath Month actually. Technically, it's Wrath Month. Thank you. I think that's how boobies work. I can't look at my I can't look at my own boobies because they're not. This is much more stylized. So even if I did look at my own boobies, it's kind of like it wouldn't really help. Every month is Pride Month. You're right. You're right. I'm proud of my little gays every month. I'm proud of my little gays every month. I'm proud of my little gays every month. Should I have made her should I have put her boobies together? You think? You think this is weird? I mean, my boobies are together. So maybe I should have put her boobies together? Hold on. Just a line here. Should I have put your boobies together? I mean, she'd still have that. I'd still have that, like, V thing here. Hold on. Pictures. Date. So I like to keep. Thank you for the safe check. Save you. It just makes her boobs look bigger. So I gotta do it. I'm gonna do it. So they're a little more accurate. Take or die. Oh, I forgot. Now I gotta remake the thing again. Maybe for the wellness check, let me drink some water. Let me drink some water. After I do the booby. 7 hours in, better stretch, homie. Good point. Hold on. Okay. My back. Oh, I'm getting in the deep stretch. Hold on. Whew. Thank you for the stretch, the wellness check. Thank you. I just realized it probably would have been easier if I did. No, it wouldn't have. Got you, homie. Thank you. How you doing, Daedalus? Missed you, man. Hope you've been having a good time, good laugh, good everything. Honestly, Prairie Black Bunny. No response likes fun. The star keeps shining. That's where the lights runs. We all got in common when this shit's said and done. Bucket roach in the city that we run. I just broke the D's in my eyes, bro. Hella lean smoking hydro. Hit the race go to idle. Wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. I thought. Let's see. I think it makes sense. Better hop in reboot. What's up, friend? Should be good night. Existence out of spite is the current mood. It's a good mood, honestly. It's a really good mood because you won't hurt anything other than what you're in spite of, you know? But I'm glad you're about to have some fun with repo. I hope you don't die. You get to the deep levels and you have fun. I haven't played repo in a hot minute. I kind of miss repo. High key, kind of miss repo. Because wherever I go, with the Did I read that right? What? Huh? Read what right? Yeah. We often stream for like 8 hours here. Most times, I think. Unless I'm spicy. Unless I'm a little caliente. And then I do... Oops. Then I'll do, what the fuck do you call it? Brain. 10 hours. Good lord. Sorry, that took me a long time to think about. Man. The goated. It's just I only stream for so long because like this is what I do, you know? Like if you think about it, if you were to replace all the time that you went to your day job and you just streamed, you'd be the same. Because this is my day job essentially. I mean, I don't make enough to call it a day job just yet, but we will eventually, I believe. And then I'm gonna pay off everybody's debt. I'm gonna pay off my debt, and then I'm gonna pay off his Pixel's debt, and then I'm gonna pay off everybody else's debt. Not me with 12-hour shifts. That's crazy! What do you mean you got 12-hour shifts, dog? Are you okay? Are you okay? You need to take a bath? I'm sorry, that's like the first thing I thought about, because like, whenever I have a long day, I just want to take a bath. I forgot a part. C'est la vie. Such is life. Valid. 21, but I rock around with fake IDs. 12-hour shifts are doo-doo shit. That's valid. They are. Baths are amazing. Baths are amazing. But only if you have like a good sized tub for it though. To be fair. So I feel like when you don't have a good sized tub for it, it's kind of not that great. Real. Oh my god. Oh no. Please. They say la vie. Here, let me pitch in with my appreciation for you, Elaine. What? Oh my god! Yay! Yay! Thank you, Zenon. Your name goes on a list. CBD bath bombs are my little treat. Dude, I've never tried that. I should try that. That sounds amazing. Every now and then, I totally get zooted in bath and sous vide for a couple hours. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Zenon, for the tier 1 sub. Your name gets to go on a list, and I put your name on a sub charm, and then I get to hold on. I'll show you. I showed chat earlier. I made Korean, like little Korean good luck charms because I'm Korean, and so I hang them up here on this string, and everybody gets one, and you get one, and it has your name, and it's cool, and it's nice, And I make one for everyone. Even if you never sub to me ever again, it doesn't matter. I put your name on there because I appreciate you. I was cracking my back like a motherfucker after it. That's crazy, bro. Now I want to take a bath. I don't. Our bathtub is like not bathtub size though, you know? Did I get one? Not a current sub, but I was for a bit. No. I don't know. Is there a way I can check? I think you were. When you were helping me with audio stuff, I think you were. Let me check. I think you can check all time. Wait, I could just hold on. Multiple things. Woo. Okay, I have to check the thing. I think so. That sounds right. It's not in that. It's in this one. It's in that one. It's in this one. Nope. Thank you. I want to say one of the bots was able to check. Maybe. Easily resolved. Works for me. Works for me. Since you. Thank you, Daedalus, for gifting a sub to Daedalus. Thank you, Zenon, for gifting a sub to Daedalus. Daedalus, say thank you for your sub from Zenon. Mwah. And their name is on there because your gifter said they could. I'm pretty sure you were, though. Things and noodles. Dude, I'm so sweaty. I'm sorry, that might be weird. It's kind of hot. It's kind of hot in my office. A little bit tonight. Where do you see it? Payouts. View details. Oh. Oh. Okay, I got it. Oh shit. Wait, start date? 2021. First update. Download subscriber list. Oh shit, I got a lot more things to make then. I might have to make the sub. I might have to make the sub chomp smaller. My bad. Open CSV. 7 TV mod tools let you see what? Holy. Disturbia is such a throwback. I know. I love Disturbia. I love Rihanna. Beyonce's okay. I like. That's valid. Can I edit this? Okay, I can. I have to add gore. Okay, hold on. I feel like this isn't everything though. Download my subscriber list. What? Recently started listening to Muse and the like. It's been a good palette cleaner. That's valid. Oh god. Wait, what? Am I not allowed? How can you see all your subscribers from when you started Twitch? Oh, can you see who's our Damn, you can't go back further. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. I just got a few more to add, which I can add later. Thank you for the subs. It means a lot. YouTube use a perfect circle on a Spotify gen playlist. Shit, I've been following you. That's crazy. No, that's wow. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. Guys, I gotta go pee. Guys, I gotta go pee. Bet. That's crazy. What the fuck? I don't want to have another meltdown of how long I've been streaming for, but goddamn. We out here hustling, bro. And then this one can come in. Reign of Kingdoms rhythm, chord, and melody album is banger. Ooh. Guys are cute. I like it when you guys share music with one another. They did buy chat of all places. Ooh. Make me happy. You guys make me happy. It's not bad. That's not bad. I think this needs to be lighter though. To be fair. No. Does it? Like a little bit. I suggest start with the moments in between. Very upbeat. The whole album is so beautiful. I guess I'm gonna have to take notes too. Yeah. Yeah. If it's on Spotify, you can just put the link in chat, or you can type the name, and it'll do its best to find it. If it doesn't, I'll fix it. But do you have to go pee though? I'll go bathroom. That's gonna get evened out by this. Hog. Okay, I'll be back before the song ends, and then I can listen to your song. And then I want to play Minecraft. Yeah, I know. Stream information. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back before the song plays. I promise. I promise. I'm back. I'm back just in time. I told you I'd be back before the song played. I had 8 seconds to spare. Fuck yeah. Where's this new album? Ooh. An individual culture. I like sleep token. I like sleep token. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Let me just move some stuff around. I'm gonna play Minecraft for a little bit. So I can play Minecraft for a little bit. Alright. Forgot what I was doing in Minecraft. And go back. Good night. Oh, good night, ghost. My bad. I did not see that. I think I want to put like the thing here. Counter. Okay. Oh. Is that how that works? I want a wood top one. I'm gonna do spruce. Or oak, I don't really know yet. I think that one blends in too much. Let's do one more forward. Yeah, I like this one the most. And this one. And then it'll be like. Let's do it like this. We have like 2 doored gates, don't we? Yeah, we do. Where are the oak ones? Curved gate. Oops. Oh. 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 There we go. They don't both open? What do you mean they open opposite directions? Oh, there we go. Okay. I think I wanted to face the other way. God damn it. Yeah, because more people are coming out than coming in. I like this person's voice, the singer. It's nice. Oh. It looks funky. No. Okay, that fixed it. Oops. Ah, dang it. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, do I want to make this side longer? I think I kind of do. I feel like fucking something. I could be corny fucking. Dummy, dummy. I found the rubbish. We could do another gate here. Wait, did this go the right way? It did. Eh. Didn't you say? Yeah, I like this. Decoration. Oh, at. I'm not doing the at. Decoration delight. I want to get a different tabletop, maybe? Oh, this is like it makes it just like a... What I really think it is. It's just like a clear thing. Interesting. I was hoping that you could put it on top. Decoration delight on top. Oh, let me look it up. Decoration delight. Considering that I'm not seeing it anywhere in here, it probably doesn't exist like that. The fuck, is there a netherite one? Oh, there are netherite ones. Whoa, that's cool. And then I want straight back, I want there to be another doorway to the kitchen. Or something else. Something spooky, I don't know. For now, it'll be just darkness. Oh shit. Move it all around. Do. Move all around. Jump, 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 and move it all around. Around. Import it. I don't like that one. Let's do this one. That means I have to remove. I want the corners to be different. Go, and then oops, oh man, there we go, and then I want to do copycat stairs. Aw, man. I didn't even realize I was there. This one is 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth one. This is 1, 2, 3, and then 5. I don't like how it looks. Why is my mouth not moving? Ba 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 ba. Dancing. I wouldn't mind that. And then yeah, I think that worked. Why did Dad break it? Because of this? Yeah. What? What? Oh, interesting. Do we have any normal mossy cobblestone in here? I don't think we do. I think that's okay though. I want stone slabs. But I just kind of felt like my Minecraft shook there for a second. That was very scary. I want to do like this. Let's see, what other stone things do we have? Whoa, those are cool. Fence? Oh, wait, do we have stone fences? We could do wood, actually. Maple, oak. Bring that oak back in. And then, what goes on top? I don't normally know what goes on top. Tips for Minecraft building. Images. It's a lot of like layering of like stuff. That's why they do one, huh? Well, they can suck my peen, because I like to do it in evens. I prefer evens. Farewell, there's no blood, there's no alibi. See home, wash away. No. I don't know what a glowstone. Nah. I was gonna change that. Maybe not. Maybe I do just mirror it. I mean, that's not the worst. Also, there are just stone stairs. I could just use stone stairs. There's mossy stone stairs. Wow. I like it. Want a lantern. I don't have a lantern. Fuck. You know, considering that how often I do be using lanterns, that it'd be something that I just have on me, but it's not. I don't know where to put a lantern though. What about Minecraft lamp? Wait, do we have lamps? We could have lamps. We have lamps. Wait, I want like a blue lamp. Blue lamp, green lamp, or maybe red lamp. I like blue lamp. Not there though. Oh. Hey. I feel like, alright, no, let's do red lamp, because that would contrast. Oh. Yeah. Dun, dun. Stools. I like these ones. I like these ones. Oops. Oh, get me off. Get me off. We can do carpet, carpet, red carpet. I like red carpet. 2, 3, 5. That's just cute. Oh my god. A little thing went in my face and I thought it was a slime and I got scared. But it wasn't. I understand we probably don't have circular tables, but I kinda wish we did. I think Cluttered has like some big tables though I could use. What the fuck? It's like a whole ass fucking cabinet desk. Damn. Lunar. Darkwood could be cool. These ones could work because you can make your own tables out of them. Table. It's not oak table. I need oak table. Sewing table. I think I like these ones. Okay, so now I gotta plan out the spots for tables. Maybe like one over. I like that. Boop, 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 boop. It's a little close. Ah, it's kind of. It feels like it kind of looks like scaffolding, to be honest. What is this from? Another furniture mod? Yes, chairs. I feel like I want the chairs to either be darker though. Chairs, chairs, chairs. Never mind, the chairs don't look good. I'm gonna put some tablecloths on them. Make them look nicer. I have a big table. Actually, I think a smaller table should be next. Let me out! Oop. Yeah, maybe we could even scoot it over one, to be honest. Okay. Boop, boop. Yeah, we should make it a smaller table. Because then it's not too much in the way of this. And then this one can be a big table. Yeah. And then another small table, like maybe here. Yeah. But we need like a candle. Candle. Ooh. If I cut my arm bleeding. I need a flint. Candles don't melt, right? I don't think they do. These candles don't emit light? What do you mean they don't emit light? Those ones kind of do. Alright, I guess. That's crazy. Wait, do taverns do... I guess, actually, instead, let's do, I'm gonna do, like, chandeliers, I think, instead. Or something. Or something. I don't really know. Tablecloth? Ooh. Whoa, this one kind of matches the aesthetic, though. That doesn't look as nice as I thought it would. Oh, what the fuck? Tiny little chair. That's cute. I feel like I'm not digging the tables. Like, I feel like the tables need to be a different color. You dig? Maybe they should be like a color. You gotta light the... I did light the candles. Hold on. Candle. Hold on. No, I did. You Binkus? You Binkus Vex, I did. Look. Look. See? It, like, kind of did, but, like, just barely. If I put, like, one next to it, will it make it brighter? It's, like, barely brighter. That shit does jack! Oh my god, there's so many spores. Actually, I kind of want it like that. I like the red. What about... I think there's just too much brown. Table. Crimson table. Mangrove table. Crimson table? Lighting the table on fire might help, bet. Flint and steel. Oh, wait, bet. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Oh, shit, I didn't know you could actually light it on fire. What the fuck? I was just joking. I was just joking. I was just joking. I was just joking. I didn't actually think it would set it on fire. I don't know. I just didn't. I just didn't think that's how that worked. I don't know why I didn't think that's how that worked, but I just didn't. Now I feel like... This makes me feel like that the countertop should be a different color. Or maybe the stools should be the crimson color? Where are my stools? Damn it. No. Flint and steel. Flint and steel. I didn't. I thought it would like go out right away or something. I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me. I want like... I wish I could have like black chairs. Oh, wait. I kind of can. Ebony. Not exactly the same though. Meh. Meh. Okay, and then usually a big table is met with another big table. And then like a small table. It's like in the back here. And then another small table. And then another small table. Like here, maybe? Maybe scoot it over one? Yeah, there you go. Actually, maybe we could do a big table right there? Yeah. And like a small table? I want to scoot this one going down. Getting filled out, chat. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do a chandelier in this place, though. To be fair. Oh, this is too close. It's too close. But I've all but just forgotten the color of her eyes were. Eyes are how she got them. Telling signs of aging, and not a single tear has fallen. Wait, we can make this one the long table. God darn it. Dun, 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 dun. Reconciliation that will put me in my place. A time like the present, paint these pretty patterns. I wish I could just copy and paste this over there. I think I could, technically. I don't really want to. I think I'd do it by hand. Why is my face tracking not tracking my face? Why? Okay. Okay. Oh, we were gonna have a thing on the left, weren't we? Shit. And then two. Questions that you still have. I have to look up how to make a circle again. Or at least like a half circle? I don't know how many blocks this is though, I forgot. One, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I forgot. I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, it's not even a number? That sucks. That's okay. Create pixels. Man, I love Texas Roadhouse rolls. The cinnamon, what are they? The butter rolls? Aren't they the butter rolls? They're like the honey butter rolls. Yeah. Honey butter rolls with 1. Wait, I can. Where's my wand? Where's my wand? I don't have it. Cool. Cool. Cinnamon butter comes on the side. They do have good rolls though. Aren't they like super soft? I don't want to listen to this. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So it should be 2, 3. And then very soft. And then we go in 1. Right? Go in 1. And then another 1. Oh. Ah, poo. I wish I had light. There's a mod that will make building. Whoa, what mod is it? 1, 2, 3, 2, and then 1. 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, I didn't. 2. There's one more. 1, and then 1. Can I drop a link in chat? You can. Of course you can, Vexed. Anytime. Unless it's something that I'm not allowed to look at on Twitch, you know? 2, and then 1, 1, and then 1 more? Effortless building. What is this? Whoa! What do you mean? Ah, what do you mean? Ah, fuck. Ah, poo. That's insane. That's really cool, though. I might add that in the next update. And I do a lot of this by hand. Quote unquote hand. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. And then goes into. It goes into. So 1, 2. 1, 2. Boop. 1, 2. And then the rest of it. There's one. It goes in. Yeah, no, this is the semicircle. Pog. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Go, stop. Okay. Okay. exact. Mod was the only way I've successfully made a circle in Minecraft. That's valid. I just have to look at a diagram and then I'll be fine. You know? That's how it works for me, at least. I need that torch bag. It's dark. Eat dork. Eat dork. I think I want to like make this into a thing because like this wouldn't have been natural. If it's natural, I try not to change it too much, I think. I'm like wondering what I want to put on the other wall because I don't think I just want it to be flat. I'm pretty sure I don't want it to just be flat. Honestly, I think I should make the whole bottom out of this. Beep, beep. I love being one block tall. Oh. Sandwich! Sandwich! Oh my god, Sandwich, you're alive! Oh my god! Sandwich, come here! No, Sandwich! Sandwich, come here! Oh my god, holy shit! No, okay, Sandwich, come here! Sandwich, come back, Sandwich! Oh my god! Chad, Sandwich is alive! For those of you who don't know, I got lonely. I got lonely building this tavern. And I named a hamster Sandwich because Vex said she had a tasty sandwich. And I was like, and I thought I lost Sandwich. Oh my god. You're going in a cage. I'll make it bigger. Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought Sandwich was dead. Holy heck. Don't try to jump out. Holy heck, Batman! Okay, wait. This feels a bit shitty. Okay, hold on. Just quietly working by the way. Work is intense. No, you're fine. I am second monitor content as Ark says, or I'm the comfort TV show you put on in the background, you know? You are totally fine. Oh my god, Sandwich, I thought you were dead, dude. I thought you were dead. Okay, well, now I gotta get you a hamster wheel again. Hamster. There you go. There you go, Sandwich. I like Sandwich. Oh my god, I thought Sandwich was dead. What is that mod called? Hamster? Hamsters? Minecraft mod hamsters. They're just hamsters. I was hoping they'd talk more about it, like what can you feed them? Hamster plus light. Starfish. Is this what we have? I don't know what we have. Yeah. Hamsters plus light, yes. Coming 2.0 coming July. Wait, is there a 2.0 of this? Cause it's July. Mirror variants as well as a cage building feature decoration such as bowls, bottles. Is ours out of date? No, it's up to date. How do I do the things? Cage? Rat's cage? What? How do I make a cage? Stuff is missing like water bottle cages. It's coming in the next update, I think. Oh, well, I hope it comes soon. I'm not gonna crack. Okay. So I want to feed him. I feel bad that he's not fed. I can't believe we found sandwich. I'm so happy. Alright, I'm just gonna make the bottom of this area all good to go. Oh, shit. And then we'll probably call it for today. I'm not gonna crack. Ooh, I'm not gonna crack. I knew you, I'm not gonna crack. There we go. That's nice. I need more lanterns. Turn. Wait, let me just finish this corner and then we'll call it. Alrighty. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I love you guys a lot. Thank you for all the new subs. Zenon, thank you for the gifted sub and the sub, and thank you SPF for the sub. We're going to go raid somebody. We're playing Panic in the Woods. Oh, let's go raid Pengy. Go raid Pengy. They raided us before. All right, I love you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I love you guys so much. Thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging out. Here's the raid message. Remember, you don't have to use it, but I appreciate it if you did, because if you do, then they know where you came from, you know? And they could be like, whoa, the peeps. But anywho, I hope you have fun watching Pengy play Hunt Showdown with their friends Renzo and Troublemaker. I love you guys a lot. Mwah. I'll see you again tomorrow for probably a little bit of art, a little bit more Minecraft, I'm thinking is the plan. Maybe a little bit of video editing, just a tiny bit. But I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Mwah! Goodbye!